Where's everyone? Slim.
The finishing touches on the costumes.
Okay. So, well, welcome. Were you good?
Yeah.
Welcome everybody to this spooky Halloween, October 31st special meeting regarding the budget for water and wastewater utilities. I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Syilx, and the Syilx people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. We have no late items at this point. If I could have adoption of agenda as circulated, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Lockenberg. All those in favor? And that carries. There's no requests. And so we have, we're starting with the permissive tax. Okay. So number 6, the bylaw, just to get this completed. So this is the community charter allows council to exempt lands or improvements from property taxes by bylaw before October the 31st of each year. Time is ticking. The City of Nelson's policy grants permissive tax exemptions for 4 years to non-city owned buildings and 10 years to city owned properties. During PTE deliberations in 2024, it was unclear how the recent subdivision and sale of adjacent golf course lands for development would impact eligibility. Therefore, PTE was not provided. In 2025, the course remained open to the public but was subjected to taxation. For the 2026 taxation year, council is requested to consider a 1-year PTE for the society's portion of the golf course land. This does not include any lands held for development. On October the 21st, 2025, council passed first 3 readings of the City of Nelson Permissive Tax Exemption Amendment Bylaw number 3646/2025 and is now being asked to adopt the bylaw. So councillors, we had a fulsome debate there on the October the 21st. There's some background information available to you at hand. And it came, the resolution's being moved by Councillor Woodward. Is there a seconder? Councillor Tate, Councillor Woodward.
That the permissive tax exemption amendment bylaw number 3646/2025 be finally adopted.
Okay, so councillors, that's been moved and seconded. Is there any comment? Councillor Lockenberg.
Well, given that I hold a deciding vote on this one, I was wondering if anybody had any comments, because we haven't heard anything since, or has staff heard anything from Granite Point?
I did reach out to MNACV and suggested we get together and have a conversation about what Plan B might look like. And
If they don't get the exemption,
No,
or
no.
if
just on the broader,
on the broader,
yeah. No, was very clear that there's business as usual for the golf course for 2026. There will be no golf course development and they will run it as a public course as they had in the past.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to hear, I mean, nothing's changed for me, but this would take us in a different direction, so I wanna create space for
Yep.
other people here. We have 4 people, so we have quorum. My vote last time was no.
Yeah, but it's the quorum that will vote.
Exactly. So I just wanted to create space for anyone else to make the case. Oh, we have Leslie here, so we've got one more vote.
Sorry, I sent a text to
Worries.
that gentleman right there, who's not right there.
We're just talking about.
When you're late or whatever, if you could let staff know, Leslie would be appropriate, or
Yeah.
myself, please.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one of those
not
choice-
another councillor. It's a
Yep,
it's a bit
one
of a
those
challenge then
choices
sometimes to
of
get the
how
information.
quickly.
Yeah.
I thought I could make it, so I just kept driving.
Yeah, so it's just a request, I mean, is there
Hi.
anything might have
Sure,
changed?
Councillor
Yeah.
Tate.
I've been ruminating on this one a bit, and I was thinking about it as that park space that the public uses in the winter. And I know that a lot of people use it for walking and tobogganing and those sorts of things in the winter. And it just like the cost benefit of is around $12,000 PTE versus the city trying to own and maintain that beautiful space for citizens for 6 months of the year. So that was also rolling through my head, and I thought this is actually a pretty good benefit for that amount of PTE for the community to use that space. As the golf course board has said, it is a public space that can be used during the winter for non-golf reasons.
Yeah.
And for me, that really started to settle as like, oh yeah, that's pretty good value.
Yeah, okay.
So Woodward,
Thank you. And I would just say that it is just 1 year, it's gonna come back. There's a lot more discussion that we're gonna have. And I feel like for their ability to, plan that next year, cause they're, they're, don't really know either, they're sort of holding. So I figure like, as Councillor Tate said, we are getting value for money. It is open to the public, it will be used in the winter. And it's 1 year, and so I feel like, for me, I'm quite comfortable with it, it's gonna come back to the table, lots of discussion needs to happen.
Yeah.
So I just feel like, it's not, we're not pulling the rug out, we're just saying, you guys got 1 year, let's keep talking.
Okay.
So,
Okay, well, I mean, I wanna maintain the spirit of what this table decided previously, and the fact that we're missing, Councillor Page, who I guess would be voting in favor of this.
well, we can't speculate on that, Councillor Lockenberg, so just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
In
They're
your
not
head, you
here.
can.
they're not here, so we do have quorum and
Yeah, for sure. I'm just on this fence, like if I just continued to vote the way I voted, then it would fail.
No,
No,
I don't think so.
because
it's only the 5 people
There
here.
was three.
Oh my
We're-
gosh,
we're
of
voting,
course,
and
of
So the
course,
four of
you're
us
right.
vote, the
You're
five of
right,
us
you're
vote,
right,
we
you're right,
don't, we don't vote in absentia,
Okay.
so.
I don't know what I
anyways,
was thinking.
Yep.
You're right, you're right.
The motion's been
Okay.
moved and seconded. And unless there's any other further comments from council, I will take a vote. So those in favor of granting the permission for tax exemption and those opposed, and I will go with carried. So would those that voted against like to be recorded?
please.
Councillor Payne, Councillor Hockenberg, okay, please note that. Sonia, thank you. Okay. Moving on to the big item of the day, we are moving into the budget session, and I see down there lined up Sharon McKinnon, who I'd like to welcome, and Shannon, sorry. Oh, wow.
Must be the brim.
It must be the brim, yeah. Somebody asked me why I didn't have cobwebs in my office yesterday, and I said, oh no, the cobwebs I carry with me permanently. They're in my head. Sorry, my apologies, Shannon. And we have Chris Jury and we have Chris Johnson, just to make my day even more confusing. So anyhow, turning it over to you, unless City Manager, you
I
have
just
some opening
wanna-
remarks?
Acknowledge, congratulations to Shannon, she's taken a new position as
So this is the position that council approved for 2025 to work on building out our project management framework. It started as a project management coordinator position. We realized that we needed more horsepower to build out the framework, to have the knowledge of project management. So as project management coordinator and analyst. So Shannon has come over from us. She was our engineering technologist too, or an Eng Tech 2. So she was in that role and now she stepped into this. Shannon is an engineer in training, working on her professional engineering designation currently under Colin, I believe,
Yes.
right? Colin's is her principal. So that works out really well, and yeah, she's got a lot of experience working on water and wastewater systems in interesting places in the world. As well as she is a surveyor and done a lot of work on larger sort of industrial sites such as mines, things like that. So really great work experience that she brings to it, and I can happily say that we went through a competition for this position, and we had some really great candidates, but Shannon was clearly the winner, and it was not just because she was already working for us. She's a really strong candidate, so we're really happy to have her aboard. And she will be presenting on some of the water usage specifically around once through coolers in a slideshow.
Chris, do you wanna maybe mention why some of our other senior.
Yeah.
For our kind of listen.
So Colin Innes normally would be sitting where I'm sitting right now. He's gonna be away for at least another month. He is dealing with some aging parents while his father is passing away. So that is happening here. Anyways, he's off for an extended period while he deals with that. Unfortunately, he lost his mother not too long ago as well, so. Anyways, Shannon's here able to do that, and when this all happened with Colin, Rob otherwise would be here. And he had appointments that he had made that he couldn't miss, so.
But we do have a pretty deep bench here, cause there's a couple others that,
Yeah.
you know, this is really a team effort, and they'll be coming up, Charlie Henderson, Amy Mooney, to present some portions of this as well, so. Yeah, we got it covered. Okay, I'll get us started here. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is our water and wastewater utilities first budget session. We'll go through bit of a introduction. I guess we're kind of in the middle of that. Then we will move to talk about our water utility. As Chris Johnson mentioned, we'll get an update on some of those conservation pieces from Shannon McKinnon here. And then move on to talking about major projects and some of the strategic planning work that we're planning for the future, but also a recap of all that work we've done in the water master plan to date. And then we'll shift and talk about the wastewater utility, similarly those big capital projects that we're in the middle of and working towards. And we'll finish off by discussing rates and impact on households and businesses for 2026. Show this slide every year, but just to kind of catch you up on a few dates, Nelson Hydro was sort of first out the gate when we go through the budgeting process. They had their first meeting on October 3rd to go over their budget at sort of a high level, and then a more detailed budget presentation was on October 24th. Then we move over to
Just, they did file or will be filing the rate application with the Utility Commission today. That will go forward, and if anyone's interested, it will be posted on the BC Utility Commission's webpage, and you can follow on that proceeding if you choose. They actually have a very good website that shows all the submission by others and responses and the whole process. So have a look if you're interested in following that along.
Then that takes us to today, where we discuss water and wastewater. So this is our first budget session on October 31st. We will have a follow-up session on November 14th if there are any residual issues or feedback from council that we need to address. But we'll also look at what the rate setting recommendations are for resource recovery and try and get some direction from council on fees. The next session after that will be on December 2nd. We'll get a presentation from our organics team on what their findings have been over the past year and look for some direction on how we move forward, particularly with organics. And we'll also be doing the first 3 readings of our utilities, fees and charges at that time. On January 6th of next year, we will then adopt the fees and charges for water, wastewater, and resource recovery, which then allows us to be able to send those notices out to folks at the end of January or February, early February, so that we can meet that March 15th deadline for folks to be able to pay and get that 10% discount on utility rates. After that, we switch into general budgeting. We'll try and provide, I commit to providing by mid-December, a budget package for you to be able to review over the break, and then we'll get into doing those budget meetings for our taxation impacted portion of the budget in January. Sound good?
Love the homework.
And just in terms of that, that's an internal document at this stage. There's still lots of work before we want it to bring it out to the public. So when that gets circulated, just please keep it to yourself.
Okay. Yeah, we'll turn it over to Chris Johnson, talk about a few things.
Yeah, just open it up, so looking at,
Mr. Johnson, I just want to acknowledge that Councillor Pinero has just come in and Councillor Payne came in about 15 minutes ago, so we're almost full house here. Thank you.
yeah, so just a broad overview slide here, what we're looking at in 2026. The bottom two portions there, future ready, fire protection and aging infrastructure, you saw those last year. You know, continuing our work on the finished water storage up at Mountain Station location. That project started this year, will roll over into 26. Continuing some work on 5 Mile Pipeline, which we'll chat a little bit more about. And then of course the Baker Street water main replacement, which everybody's familiar with now. That have been preparing for a number of years and will have to continue to prepare for a number of years. The new thing that we have rolling into 26, not new, but certainly top of the list, is conservation. And we'll let Shannon get into a couple of slides here that will really highlight where we've landed on that. We did a bunch of work in 25 to consider where we were at and what our methodologies would be, so we could be very intentional in where we were focusing efforts. So that's overall our broad water objectives for this year, and I'll turn it over to Shannon to take us through a bit of the conservation.
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Tate?
Is it Shanna or Shannon?
Shannon,
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
SHA and then ON.
Thank you.
So I was tasked with looking at these once-through cooler systems. It was brought to council a few years ago by Kootenai Environmental Innovations. Just to give you a little refresher, the once-through coolers are systems that use drinking water as a single use to cool them. What I looked at was the water consumption of these 15 key businesses identified by KEI in comparison to the total city usage. So you can see in this graph, it shows the total city usage over our peak consumer months versus the total consumption of these once-through cooler businesses. What our team was really curious about was how the consumer patterns vary. So when you look at the city as a whole over the past 4 years, on average, the city consumes 32% of its drinking water in these peak 3 months from July to September. And so it shows that we don't uniformly consume 25% per quarter. We have this peak. And when you look at these businesses, they as well have a peak that is very similar. They're at 35% of their yearly consumption in the peak, which is only 3% more, which it would be a red flag if they were up in the high 40s, 50s. Then we would know that they potentially are wasting a lot of drinking water through these once-through coolers. It was difficult to consider how much water these systems are actually using, but when we take away certain percentages, we think they're around 1 to 2% of the total city water volume during these peak months. So it's quite, go ahead.
Councillor Woodward?
Thank you. What would that be equivalent to household usage?
Yes, so on average, we're using around 400 liters per capita per day. So
Like
4 liters per capita per day.
So 1% is equivalent to.
So in the summer, some of our peak months in the summer use like 220,000 meters cubed in like the high peaks. So then 1% of that would be 220 meters cubed.
So are we talking like 300 houses or equivalent?
We're talking, it's a really difficult equivalent because these are businesses. These are grocery stores, these are long-term care homes. They don't use water in the same way that, say, our residentials use water. So if, for example, like institutions, commercial use, and industry, they use anywhere from 20 to 40% of the city drinking water throughout the year. It varies so greatly, and it depends on what their business is. So it's really difficult to kind of say an equivalent.
I think one of the important things that we looked at with this is, you know, we wanted to understand what the once-through coolers were using for our water. Some of the data that had initially come in a few years ago that was brought by KEI had said, hey, this might be an actual real issue here. And what we found from the work that Shannon did in all the analysis was that it really boils down to about 1% of total usage. So then we started thinking about, okay, that 1% of total usage, how do we sort of pare that back? Well, that represents a fairly significant investment for these companies to swap out existing working coolers to put in new ones, all to get 1%. So there's probably, other ways to look at trying to reduce overall demand. And we'll get into that slide, but ultimately, that's kind of the message we're trying to get across here is that, well, there is a bylaw that doesn't allow you to install new ones of these, right? So these are essentially all grandfathered, they're working, and eventually they'll be phased out. If they were using 10% or 15% of the water during these peak seasons, that would be something to, yes, let's get on this and get working. Not to say that 1% is insignificant, right? Everything counts. But when we start looking at the efforts and the overall investment required to get out of it,
The cost benefit's not quite there. Okay, thank you.
And we can monitor this through our building permits and our plumbing permits, and it's something that we can keep in mind.
Thank you.
So,
Councillor Whitlock?
so we have right now, metering on
About
these businesses.
about 95% of our institution, commercial and industrials are metered.
These are metered. It seems to me that there are many businesses, and I've heard this, that are complaining that our current method of billing based on installed fixtures is really unfair or just awkward, right? Like it doesn't. I get it that there is a bit of the infrastructure that we're trying to pay, like associate the cost to the infrastructure as opposed to the actual usage, which is more aligned with the true cost to the city in terms of delivery, unless you consider you price in risk, and then it gets the calculation changes, so usage does matter when we consider out the risk side. And so it seems to me that we should be thinking more seriously about moving to a meter-based billing system or billing approach for ICI.
So our current billing within our bylaw is not up to date for that kind of system.
Mhm.
We have just a flat rate plus a flat dollar rate per cubic meters, and it doesn't clearly indicate usage. It doesn't clearly bill for these businesses. I agree, there are other metered rates. For example, like City of Roslyn, it has for different stages of water use, it increases the dollar amount per meter cubed, and that makes a lot of sense. So what we really need to look at is getting a rate study, because our current bylaw isn't adequate enough to bill per meter cubed.
So I guess, am I misunderstanding then, or am I like out of date? So we do charge ICI for on the meter.
No, we charge ICIs in the usual fixture rates.
Yeah.
There are certain users, there's a handful of users that are extraordinary water users that we do charge on that meter cubed rate.
Okay.
And they have a lot of leakages, like the car wash, the trailer parks, those are the ones we charge on the meters cubed.
Yeah.
But I compared these 15 businesses of if we would charge them on the metered, which is currently written in our bylaw versus what they're currently charged, and it went down.
It went
Percent
down
charge went
on
down.
the ones through.
and
Yes.
maybe Chris can speak a bit to looking at the metered rate and the project that we're working on.
Yeah, cause I think Councillor Lockton nailed it, that like a lot of our costs are just fixed costs,
Yeah.
how much water gets used through the system. Our costs don't change too much from year to year. There's a conservation component to that, of course, that if you have a metered rate, you're probably more likely to conserve water than if you're not. But we do have some work, you'll see in the budget and in our work plan to continue looking at a rate structure and what that would look like. Because as Shannon mentioned, if we just said to those businesses that have the ones through coolers, we're switching you to a metered rate, quite a number of them would actually see a reduction in their utility bill.
Oh,
So
interesting.
that's clearly not the right direction to go.
Yeah.
So what that tells me is that metered rate is maybe needs some corrective lenses
Yeah.
on to kind of look at and see and I'm not sure that the answer is it's 100% metered rate. It might be something where there's a fixed charge component and then there's a metered component on that as well.
Yeah.
Similar to what Nelson Hydro does, although their fixed monthly charge is quite low. it might be a larger percentage that is fixed, and then there is a variable component on that.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure, there's experts in the field that do that work, and so we have that in the work plan to kind of continue that work.
Right, so that's, if I may have follow-up. So great, I think that it's in the work plan, excellent, I'm sure you'll get to a great outcome based on that work that you guys always do so well. Just a question though, if we're looking at this taking, how long do you think before this work would be done, or like?
Have not really started, we had some consultants looking more at the once through coolers, but to then be able to go out, I know there's a number of firms that do this, some of them we've met through connections, so we have to start that conversation, I don't have an
So
idea.
the plan is to get it done this year.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yeah.
So with that being said then, the ones through coolers that are in place now, it sounds like there's none on the verge of being replaced or anything like that.
We don't have that
We don't-
data.
Don't know.
It's private infrastructure. It was difficult to gather the data that we were able to gather even.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
So
reason-
I just wanna clarify, so we're very clear to these businesses that their must change when they're changing their cooling systems.
Yeah.
I think we just need to be, hopefully will or have sent them a letter that they aren't in compliance with our bylaw, that
We have previously, when it was originally done, it's probably something that we could do again.
Yeah, I think we just need to be super clear to these, and on the plumbing side, we need to make sure we have the controls in place that we do not allow, because we've allowed these in other, like the co-op's a good example, that they put that in way after we had the bylaw. I think Safeway or Save On changed out all their cooling systems, and again, it was allowed to happen, so we just need to make sure we have those controls in place that doesn't happen again, otherwise we're repeating this same thing, and it is, we should not be allowing, water just to pass through a system and go into our sanitary and that's just not the way we need to use water in today's world, and they have alternatives, and most of them are, we do certainly, there is a range, there's some small businesses in there, but most of them are large businesses, and it's a substantial investment to change this out, but when they're at end of life, we need to make sure that happens.
Yeah, and on that note, just a caution that something that I didn't really consider seriously in the past when this has come up, but now it's been brought to my attention that this is also an issue, is that the type of cooling system that you might replace it with, I don't know what Save On did, but there's a really significant issue around coolants in general globally. The HFC, CFC issues still hasn't been fully addressed and has reemerged as a challenge, that some of these coolant systems are really bad. And if we do eventually, and it looks like we will, incorporate coolants into our GHG calculations, that could dramatically throw off any progress we might make if it's done poorly. So just as a general view, like, let's do cooling systems well from a water perspective as well as the GHG perspective when we're communicating to these ICI people when it comes to it. I just wanted to raise that because it was brought to my attention recently. Thanks.
Should we vote?
Go right ahead.
So what we really wanted to illustrate here is our water usage tracked over the years. And I know this is a lot of curves, but just so you can see, this is our water consumption in liters per capita per day from our current usage in that yellow curve. And then the darker usage is current years like 2024, and it fades back to 2017. And in the bottom, you'll see our water restriction in different stages for the past few years. What I really want to highlight on here is the two low points in September 2021 and September 2018. And these are where we got our water consumption down to approximately 270 liters per day per capita, which is massive. The national average is 400 liters per day per capita. So we were able to bring ours down 30% below that. This just shows that education and demand management is really key.
Councillor Wood.
I just wanna say, I clearly remember those were horrific climate
Yes.
years.
Yes.
And I think people look out their window and were like, oh my god.
Yeah, CBC has a great article where it tracks the smoke years, and those were key years.
Huge.
Yeah, yes, so this really shows that water restrictions show that you can launch education programs to reduce how we consume our water.
Yes,
Sorry. Does your data from 2021 or 2018 show what level of water restriction? I'm just trying to convert it down to this
Yes, yeah, so,
low. So
yeah,
were we just on 2 or we were on 4?
3,
We were on 3.
yes.
Yeah, that still is a lot of stuff that you can do on 3. Okay, thank you.
I think that's represented in the bars below.
Yeah, I know, I was just trying to draw that down. It's hard to match that up, so.
Yeah.
That's a lot of colors going on.
Okay, so those were 2 years where we did go to
Yes,
3, and I would imagine that all these other years, we've never gone to 3, we've just been at
No.
2.
stage 1,
Like this
stage
is
2,
two.
Is
yeah,
that
yeah.
last dark bar, that's stage 3? Is that what that is?
Yes, and you'll see if you look at 2022, so August 2022, that big peak, that's the year where we barely had a stage 2 and we had mostly just a stage 1 that started late in the year as well.
Now, the interesting thing here is, during September, because now you're getting into indoor water use, right? So, those January months, we're not watering lawns or washing cars outside, so, and we're still at the 360, 350 mark. But we were able to reduce indoor water use, looks like in those years by 100 liters.
Yes,
Per day,
correct.
right?
No, that's a very good point to make, is if you compare in the January to March and you see the fade go down.
Yeah, so, because that's one thing that we have to be cognizant of. It's actually the winter low that we're most susceptible to running out of water. Our surface supplies aren't producing that much water, and there's no opportunity for it to produce more water because it's all frozen up there. So that's the key thing for us is that winter high use. That's where we can run out of water. If you can't water your lawn, that's one thing, but if you can't flush your toilet or turn on your sink, that's a totally different thing.
So yeah, this, again, this highlights when we talk about the 1%, going after the 1% of the OTCs, well, we are, still pursuing that. This graph really shows us how much of a difference can be made with more education, and more active.
Restriction.
Well, this is restrictions, right? And those will always be a tool in our toolbox, but we want to try and make sure that people have a good awareness in advance, right? So yeah, it just shows you how drastic it can be to drop that far below national average is pretty impressive. So
That's without metering residential.
yeah.
Councillor Payne.
I understand we're comparing to the national average. Do we have any comparison from other metered communities or?
Yeah, so Metro Vancouver is currently around 380 liters per capita per day. I know a lot of places in the Okanagan are massive, around 1,000, because they have agriculture, so it's difficult to compare that.
That 400 liters per day per capita includes ICI. So when you get down to residential usage, I think the number comes out more at around 200 standard. So that's what we would have to farm around, but it seems like we're all kind of generally within that range.
I asked Mr. AI about that.
Yeah.
You're around, in the 200, 223 is residential only, average per person, so at the 260, we're, even at our best, we're not, well, that's overall, so, so there's definitely opportunity.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. I think it's interesting too with the current yellow line there in 2025, right, kind of right, well, very low in the beginning of the year, but right kind of in the middle of the pack. And this year was, you know, a really like nice year. And so I kind of feel like a lot of this is driven by people walking out of their house or looking out their window and feeling like where they're at or where we're at. And you know, education is important, but it's probably a lot of it too is just people interacting with the climate and feeling it and being like, whoa, I better, you know, pull back my usage. And so, yeah, it's interesting because this year was just so,
Our summer peak is way lower than those
Right.
hot years, right? That, you know, the fact that we had
We had regular precipitation, right?
yeah.
People weren't watering their lawns the same, you can,
So are
it's
people,
really clear there, right?
do you think people are taking that to heart then?
Well, I just,
People just
it
use
rained,
less
you
water.
didn't- You didn't need to water.
Didn't need to water.
That's the stuff.
Cause we had enough rain, cause we had those rain all night, yay, sunny
Right.
all day, yay.
Right, so people were feeling calmer too, I would imagine, because it was a good year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the biggest impact is just that watering, right? If it hasn't rained in 3 weeks and you're trying to maintain your lawn or your garden or whatever, you're watering regularly. You know, and to be fair, it's not just residential people, it's us in our parks. While we use lake water to water all the lakeside, you know, there's still Queenie and Lines and these other parks that, you know, we water to keep grass around, so. You know, it's something that we do use, you know, to keep things green and in years like this, it was perfect. It was a classic Nelson summer where, you know, it kind of rained once or twice a week and yeah, there was much less requirement to, you know, as opposed to going 6 weeks with no rain when you're out there in the morning, you know, watering everything so it doesn't get too crispy and then you start thinking about fires.
Yeah.
And that's probably where it rants, right? Is
Yeah.
you're just existing, whereas in those hot, dry years, you're actually taking steps to try and mitigate, you know, the potential impacts of that hot, dry summer.
Thank you.
So we'll just move into the next slide, which something we wanted to illustrate was our water flows versus our sanitary flows, and this is an average over the past 5 years. And we wanted to show you this because this is where you can really see a peak in the summer, but you don't necessarily get that flow going to our wastewater treatment plant. So there's a massive gap here in our peak water demand. This shows our outdoor summer usage.
Right.
Yeah, and so a couple things about this, you know, and I will be the first to admit my ignorance to this, but typically municipal water systems are not built and sized to provide outdoor use water, right? They're indoor use water only. So we should see very close correlation between, you know, in theory, between water use and our sanitary line there. Now you can see where the sanitary bumps up, that's Frechette, that's where we get a lot of inflow and infiltration into our system. So that's coming from the storm water getting into the sanitary, something that we're working on actively. We'll talk about that more in the LWMP. But it really does show that that peak water demand is all, you know, it's not making it into the sanitary. So that's all going into grass and gardens and outdoor use. So it's an interesting thing when you start considering, you know, we're very fortunate in Nelson. This is something the CEO has mentioned many times, that our water is very inexpensive to make. Once we get to a point where we need to move to a different source, or potentially senior levels of government force us to add filtration, all of a sudden making water becomes much, much more expensive. And then we would be looking at doing what we could to try and curb this outdoor use of that really expensive water to make. And we do that, and that's why another portion of our program that we're looking at for 2026 is how do we start changing habits now so that we last longer with this really inexpensive water to meet, so our existing raw water sources are good enough for us, but as well eventually as this town continues to grow, whether it's 20, 30 or 100 years from now, we will have to change to a larger source because of population. And hopefully by then habits have been managed much more effectively.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, like, one of the, always nicer to do the carrot rather than the stick, and I'm wondering like, to incentivize not having lawns. As a city, we would, there could be incentivizations to say, hey, if you're thinking about maybe not wanting to have a lawn, here's some things we can help you with, or if you're building a new place, like let's not have lawns.
Yeah. So we already have some of that in our bylaw a little bit. We incentivize use infiltration to ascertain some of those peak flows, because we know with climate change our rainwater is gonna be different.
Yeah.
But we can also get new education through that and through use of things like rain barrels and collecting rainwater for watering your gardens. And there's plenty of resources out there that we can tie into.
Yeah, other communities, Kelowna as an example, they have a strong program with not having lawns. There's also topsoil, how much topsoil you have on your grass makes a huge difference of how much water it requires. So there's those standards as well in new construction that make sure that if you are putting in a lawn, it has enough topsoil that you don't need to continually trying to keep grass growing on a bit of rock or whatever. So Shannon, another question is the difference between in the winter between sanitary and water, is that mostly leakage? Is that a
It's a good question. It's potentially, yes. But you'll see, that's kind of something I suspected, because you'll see in January when the ground's really frozen, the water and wastewater really match up.
okay?
Yeah, so I can't say for sure, but I can say that's potential, yes.
Councillor Bain.
So talking about ground cover, is that something the city's planning to do then as well, not
Well, we're
put
gonna
as
look
much
at
grass in and have
I
different?
know climate and environment is actively looking into tree coverage within the city and looking
I
into
mean,
ways.
just instead of grass, like
Yeah, so,
wildflower, microclover.
yeah, xeriscaping even, right?
All those sorts of alternatives.
Hall Street's a good example. That was all zero feet.
Yeah, so there was some really great work done historically. We had we get funding and we had water ambassador that would come in, and the last one that we had did really fantastic work. She went on to make water her primary professions. Anyways, and the work that she's done, we still have, and so it's just, what we're looking at is rather than having it be sort of episodic in terms of, we have grant funding, so we can, have this water ambassador this year, we're looking at actually building it into our existing staff's responsibilities. So we're gonna be dusting off all that great work that was done previously. It was, again, really fantastic summary work, everything, highlighting the tools that were best to use. Dusting all of that off, starting to roll it out in 26 with, sort of full ramp by 27. So you will see a lot of initiatives this year, but when I say full ramp, we'll have more time to work with, say, finance to understand if we can offer some of those carrots, what the methods are for that, be able to look for grants to support that stuff. So all of that's gonna be on the table. Okay,
That's the end of me.
okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
So this just offers a little bit of a recap of what the 2017 Water Strategic Plan outlined. So if you remember, phase one of that project was to do the extension of Anderson and Fell Creeks, the supply lines, to move them into Mountain Station. So that work was completed, as well as the Anderson Booster Station. We're moving into sort of a phase two of that, which has us continuing to keep up with.
Just in terms of the reason for that, that was, to ensure all our water sources had the same level of treatment, is what that project was all about, to try to meet those standards through health. So all those sources are now going through Mountain Station. They all get full treatment, so that was a huge step forward.
Also in that plan was an asset management component that outlined the investment required over the next 20 years. it put that at $1.5 million a year that we should be investing in our water utility. So we continued that work through 2023, 2024. In 2025, we're working on that finished water storage component. You'll see that work that will outline this year and what the residual work is to finish up next year, and working towards the replacement of the 5 Mile Creek supply line. So those were all components of the strategic plan, and we're well into that work and continuing on as well.
This is interesting, that pipeline is 100 years old
Yeah,
this year.
yeah. 1925.
Mayor?
Councilor Woodward.
I'm just wondering, do we have enough data locally to say that, I mean, of course, climate change is gonna have non-linear effects. So it's very hard to sort of say, in 10 or 15 years, we're only gonna be getting this kind of amount of water source. But obviously there's trend lines. And so I'm wondering, do you think our phase 1, phase 2, and as we move forward, are matching that kind of guessed at data of how much water we might have in 10 years that's gonna be in the system in a full year? And then matching that with like what kind of investment we need to make up the difference. I know it's very hard to know, but there must be some trend line information.
There is, and I wouldn't say there's trend line information, sure. I don't think things have deviated too much from what we've seen, but there are climatological projections, right, of what the regime will be in the future. So currently we're in a freshet regime. So, we, as we've talked about before, our watersheds, we don't have a giant reservoir. Our reservoir is a snowpack. And so that climatological regime in the future, or sorry, the sort of the rain cycle will change from being that freshet focused where we build up a large snowpack and then it comes down and sort of melts off in the spring, and then that lasts us through till really around now is a tough time, as Mr. Henderson would let you know that kind of start to sweat in that late September, early October when the rains haven't come yet, because we're starting to get pretty low up in our watershed. All those stores, groundwater stores, are being used up. So what the climate projections actually have is going away from that big sort of freshet peak of snowpack and then coming down and then slowly working down until the next freshet peak, and actually having much more of a coastal look where you just get these rains that come through regularly. So all of that, being considered is why we continue to look at additional sources, and why not only do we continue to work towards Kootenay Lake for, so we are future ready, but we take the opportunity to look at what other sources of surface water there might be. We know there's gonna be financial impacts of pulling from Kootenay Lake. We talked about the filtration, it's a very large financial impact. So let's stay on surface water as long as we can. Are there other options for that? And that's something we continue to explore.
Sorry, supplemental, Mayor?
Yes.
Because I guess now we're gonna have to crunch the numbers on the total investment needed to do Kootenay Lake as a water source, rather than investment needed to grab other fill sources, right? You have to either one's gonna be expensive. Right.
Yes, either one would be, if you're pulling from further away as well, the resilience that it allows for, if we're concerned about, going from this freshet regime and, 70 or 80 years to this more coastal regime, then, whether you have that, all of these watersheds tied in or not, it may not be enough. And these are just, projections in a new science, right? Where they're really trying to better understand, how those projections are kind of mapping out. So, it really is, I think, and I've come in and, sort of come into place here, but there's the work that had already been laid down through the 2 previous strategic plans in 2007 and 17 really did look at that. They looked at, there's an obvious great source of water right there, but we currently have the source water that we use. Let's make sure that we're maximizing that, making sure that, we have best use and we're treating it appropriately, and let's continue to explore if there's other places to pick up additional water. So, I'm not sure if
Charlie or Shannon wanna add anything to that?
You know, for me, watching our source water, and how sensitive it is during those later summer months, having that raw water line, if we do, you know, work that line to the lake, that can always just come as an emergency source. So that would always be plumbed into our water filtration, and we could use it as an emergency source if needed. So having that resiliency, I think, is very important. It doesn't have to be a part of our distribution system, but having that infrastructure in place would be important for, you know, my personal view on that subject. That would somewhat avoid filtration.
Thank you.
And we are looking to revamp our water master plan as well, which will look into all these issues.
Thank you.
Yeah, so these are all in the 2026 work plan. I think the team here discussed most of these, but it's really continuing that work from the 2017 strategic plan. And you know, the next iteration of that will be in 2027. So we'll start that work you know, shortly to kind of renew this plan, even though we still have components of the 2017 plan that we're completing. Ultimately, we're looking to build a system that gets us ready for that, you know, 2060 projection of population. I think the water strategic plan had us at 15,000 people by 2060. I know when we look at some other documents from planning and, you know, the housing needs report, that 15,000 will likely come prior to 2060, but the estimates are, you know, we'd need 15 million liters a day in the summer, 10 million in the winter, which is kind of our indoor use. So these are some of the things that we're doing to help us achieve that, to get to those numbers. Bringing Anderson and Celis into the system helped us get closer to that. We've got conservation measures and rate design in the work plan for 2026. Chris mentioned the Kootenai Lake supply line as something that we're working towards in 2026 as well. Continuing to investigate those additional water sources that were outlined in the plan. And if you recall, a number of years ago, we did install some infrastructure that allows us to, in an emergency situation, take water from the lake and filter that into the system, kind of in the lower downtown Fairview portion of the water system.
Did you guys, what is that percentage of uses in, is it zone one that is? Do you guys have that number?
I don't have that data.
I thought it was around 30% or something, so.
Yeah, we can
so
get
it's-
that for you.
Yeah, I think it's fairly substantial. And just to clarify, do we, in this 10-year financial plan or capital plan, do we have the whole Kootenai Lake supply line to Mountain Station in the budget at this stage?
We have some components of that for 2026 to do a little bit more work. We'll have to kind of outline. We do have, of course, water main replacements all throughout at a higher level than we've done in the past. So we'll have to kind of work with the team to prioritize where that work's done, but that's discussions we're having.
So it's not, it's in and above what we have?
It's opportunistic at this point is our planning with it. So, you know, as an example, this year, we hope to bite off a chunk of fell that is currently not paved in front of the new health services building, health campus. And slowly work our way down towards it. It just needs, we've actually come from Anderson, I believe. So it hits Anderson Creek Booster Station, then we get boosted up from there. And we're 120 meters we're looking at. Yeah, so 120 meters this year, and you know, that's the plan, is we keep biting it off, because we do feel fairly, you know, all the legal stuff is in place for statutory rights of way. We know where we're gonna draw from, you know, and so again, we don't feel, you know, the urgency of getting down there and making this a major capital plan, so we're fitting it in how we can with our crews as we also prep for Baker. And deal with, you know, whatever large third parties, a good example being 85 Baker, where the chamber project, you know, needs an extension, so.
I guess the new strategic plan will probably address that as part of that.
Continue to address it. It's highlighted it already. We've been working towards it. that's a nice thing, you know, they ask us to do it every 10 years, and it just gives you that opportunity to, you know, review, you know, have things changed. It's interesting, you know, one of the things that we know from the 2017 one is finding additional raw water from other surface water, like other drainages. They said in that one that it was highly unlikely because of interbasin exchanges are really challenging for the province. Just reading that, you know, other provinces in Canada are starting to explore the idea of low risk interbasin exchanges. So things change, right? And I'm, you know, not necessarily saying that'll happen here, but, you know, every 10 years reviewing that stuff and the findings from the last one really does make sense to make sure that we're keeping up on contemporary issues and also, you know, contemporary regulatory frameworks.
Alright.
Yeah, as far as major projects going forward, construction for the treated water storage will be completed in 26. Again, this was a project from the strategic plan in 2017. The idea here is being able to better meet peak demand and fire flow at once. So one of the big challenges that we have with treatment plant and any treatment plant is you need a certain amount of contact time with chlorine to actually break things down, break the organic material down. And to do that, you need a certain amount of storage. So you can actually only treat so much water at once and you have to expand the area that you need for that. So the treated water storage does double duty here. It's gonna bring on another 2,000 cubic meters of storage, finished water storage, so fully treated, allows for fire flow. Also will allow for higher peak. You can see on the slide there, it says recommended was 4,320 cubic meters, and we're actually building out to 5,300. And that was in acknowledgement of the findings from the housing needs report, where we were getting to 15,000 earlier in that report than the previous strategic plan had identified.
Councilor, that's a question.
I'm just curious about the, you know, firefighting capabilities. Obviously, we have hydrants all over town and they're hooked into the water system that comes from the water treatment plant. Is there any way do we have to use treated water to fight fires, or is that just the way it's always traditionally we have to do it?
We
That's
don't,
mandated, or-
yeah.
So there is a different possibility of
We could
doing
run
that where we could use wastewater.
It all goes through our drinking water system.
Yeah.
So if we use untreated water, then we have to actually flush and superchlorinate our system after we've run untreated water through there.
Okay.
So as an example, if we ran it through untreated water, we had a number of large fires, we could do that. I think Scott Eagleson had said it'd take us about a month to flush our system after that.
Yeah, the boil water advisory.
For a month.
You're utilizing the distribution system with untreated water, so you know, you're contaminating it.
Yeah, obviously not optimal, but I just wanted to understand if it was a possibility.
An emergency, yeah.
Yeah, in an emergency, it's there,
It
right?
would be possible, and to save our town from burning down, we could boil water for a month.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm in.
I'm in. So we anticipate this project being done, I think mid-year is kind of what we're expecting, so good progress. And, you know, just again, to consider how effectively, you know, the strategic plan looks at things. Not only is this a finished water storage reservoir, it's also being built to hold future filter galleries should we end up pulling from the lake and have to put in filtration into our system. So it's thinking one step ahead. It's not just building a finished water reservoir, it's saying, yeah, we have a fairly small footprint up there, let's build a finished water reservoir, and we can also, after that point, build filtration.
Yeah, I think the estimate is or the plan is to have the physical structure complete by the end of the year, and then all of the piping and mechanical work will be next year. Interesting design, and maybe you understood this from before, I didn't, but going up there and looking at it, it's not just a big tank, like it's set up with walls like this, so the water sort of moves through this to increase contact time with chlorine as it goes through, so it's really kind of an interesting structure that they're building.
Chlorine's fun because it needs a certain amount of contact time to work, but then it also starts to, the more contact it makes. So with treating water, you always have to have a chlorine residual in the water, because then you know if there's a chlorine residual and it's had the proper amount of contact time, you know that there's no organic matter left. Because when chlorine comes in contact with organic matter, chlorine goes away, the organic matter goes away, right? Simple terms. So as a result, you know, you have to have this contact time that's in there. But as well, if you have too much time, then also other conditions like heat make chlorine go away quicker. So it's quite a dance that they perform, and if Eagleson was here, he'd be really excited to chat about it.
Well, they also monitor the chlorine throughout the network, right?
Yeah.
Because the water has to travel different pathways to get to different consumers over different extents of times. So they're monitoring that as well.
Which is also why we do a lot of work to loop our water mains. And you'll hear us say water looping, so that we don't have a dead end main where the water can just sit there and all of that chlorine can fizzle out, and then there's the potential that you might have the organic, if something gets introduced, the organic matter there.
Councillor Payne.
Just curious from a household use, so I don't like the taste of chlorine, so we always put our water into a 2-liter glass bottle and then we put it in the refrigerator. And I personally find that it's just like an hour or two.
Yep.
Is that, am I imagining?
Even
that?
quicker
No, you're
on the
not,
counter.
it's, chlorine just has natural
Yeah.
degradation properties where it will just, over time, disappear.
Perfect, okay. Yeah, no, I know why it's important to be there, I just don't like the taste of it, so there's lots of ways to mitigate that are
Yep.
pretty straightforward.
Okay, so some of the projects planned to continue for 2026. So as mentioned, the treated water storage original 2025 budget for the full project, 4.7 million. We're estimating we'll complete 3 million of that in 2025, and the remaining will be completed in 2026. Projections are for this project to complete on budget, so we're just carrying forward the residual parts to 2026. 5-mile pipeline replacement, this is just really that planning piece, consultation, working with the consultants to map that out. Again, just carrying forward some residual budget and adding to that work in 2026 to continue that on for the next couple of years, I think, until we can kind of start that work, I think around 2029. Water main replacements. We had a bit of a reduced budget this year. I think I'd mentioned that in the Q2 report, that normally we have a $600,000 budget for water main replacements. We had some work planned at the cemetery that didn't happen, so the crews were working a little bit more in the water capital, so we see us slightly over budget for that one. For 2026, we plan to bring us back to that. We used to do $1 million a year in water main replacements. When we did that switch over utility rates to move more of the rates to sewer and less to water, sort of backed off a little bit on the capital that we were doing in the water. We're gonna try and bring that back to where we were before at sort of that $1 million a year range in order for us to keep pace and allow us to get to Baker Street in the timeline that we originally forecast. So we'll see an increase in that spending for 2026. Plus we're doing 85 Baker, the project down there for the chamber in 2026 as well.
Councillor Payne.
And the significant investment that was happening before was also replacing a lot of the older pipes, is that correct? Which got us to a place of using significantly less water. So the need is not quite as dire now, although still significant and needs to move forward. I think there were some pretty big gains there, weren't there, with that over the past few years?
Yeah, I think we were biting off some pretty good sections of pipe back then, like 1,000, 2,000 meters in a year. I think when I mapped it out, and I might have a slide later, I think we did about 17% of our water mains since 2017, so we're doing some big sections. What we're doing now, there's smaller sections, but it's a bit more intricate because we're crossing Baker Street. We're trying to do all those crossings, so we're probably not going to be biting off like 1 kilometer at a time, but it's important work to do so that we can kind of get to Baker Street.
I think it's just really important for the public to understand that, you know, it's been recognized that a lot of the water usage was through leakage.
Yes.
And the city is just all over that. We do get letters, and I'm sure staff does as well, about as we're adding all of these residences, how are we ever gonna have enough water? That we saw from the slide that Shannon showed us, that there's some benefits in it. And I think it's really important to recognize that.
Yes.
Because over the 13 years that I've been here, it's been a really significant improvement. So that's really great investment, and if we're going back to that, I think it's important for people to understand that that's what it's for. The water that we have, we wanna make sure we get it to your tap in a optimal way. So thank you for that work in the past, previous councils and staff.
Yes, thank you for highlighting.
Very important.
You know, we had some mains that were bleeding water.
Yeah.
We thought they were actually underground surface water, but it's our mains, yeah.
Thank you.
And then the last component on there is spillway study up at the reservoir. I think we had mentioned that one before. We applied for some grant funding for that, which will give us a little bit more of an understanding of any work that's required up there. So that'll be completed in 2026. The projected capital spend for 2025 is 3.7 million on a budget of 5.3 million, and primarily that's due to, as I mentioned, moving some of that treated water storage budget to 2026.
Okay, so looking at, you know, what does our sort of longer term plan look like on the water system? You know, it's interesting, Councillor Payne, you bring up the idea of, you know, doing enough on water that we're able to switch. You know, it's a really challenging balance, right? Because we could definitely, continue to go on water and make things better. We do feel like we're at a better spot such that we were able to switch to wastewater. And, it's like the scales of balance, right? We gotta try and strike that balance, which will always be the challenge. You know, it culminates in this process every year, so. But yeah, looking at our plan, the reservoir finished water storage, so that's primary focus in the next couple of years here. You can see the water strategic plan update that we have in 2027 that we're shooting at. That'll be our 10-year mark. Often we would start the year before to ensure that it's sort of done by the 10-year mark. We feel pretty confident that the actions that we're still taking from the initial one, we're in a good place. And leaving that until 27, we feel like the update won't be incredibly massive. So we should be able to deliver that in 27 or very close, maybe the start of 28.
Chris, can I just comment on that? Because I think it's a legacy of a successive councils, because when we did the initial water, we'll call it strategic plan, that when the second one was done, what the priorities in that were completed. And, certainly I remember the comments from the consultants that many times these communities do these plans and they just don't make progress on that. And I think we'll see the same thing in the second update, that we've achieved the majority, if not all, of what was the priorities in that plan. So that just shows the commitment of successive councils over 20 plus years of moving forward with that. And you spoke to some of the results of it. It's on the treatment side, it's on the source side, it's on the managing the system that we're not having leakage. So all across the whole system, there's been substantive investment, substantive progress on that. I think it's, like I said, it's a true testament to our staff and councils and successive years sticking to the plan and making sure those things happen.
The other two items on there, it's funny, they show the replacement beginning, 5-mile pipeline replacement and the begin Baker Street replacement. those are identified as starting then, but from now until then, there's a lot of work yet to be done. So in particular, well, I mean, on the 5 mile side of things, it's interesting, and we were all just at UBCM. We certainly did have some advocacy around, the regulatory processes and how they make delivering projects more challenging and costly at times. We had recently heard about 5 mile pipeline replacement that, we thought that we would be getting into construction in late 27 or 28, I believe, on the old plans. And we had somebody from the province, just a month or two ago, say, oh yeah, no, you have years of engagement left before you can do anything like that. So, I guess I just raised the point for the purposes of council to know that, this is, I think, something that, as a municipality, and I think many municipalities will be doing it, but continue to advocate for finding better, avenues of ensuring the right things are happening, that all of those processes that want to ensure are happening. Because that just throws us off a bunch, and that engagement costs money too, right? So not only are we at risk with, this continuously aging infrastructure, but then, the additional costs associated with that and, construction costs when we finally get to the point when we are gonna construct, who knows what can happen between now and then. Unlikely that the costs are gonna come down.
Yeah.
So that's 5 mile, and then of course on the Baker, we have, the next slide here, if you could, thank you. There's our map. So all of this work needs to happen, sorry, not all of it, but all the stuff that isn't on Baker needs to happen before Baker can happen. So this year we're gonna be looking at biting off Josephine, and then as well that extension down to 85 Baker. So those will be the 2 primary jobs around Baker. And we will be targeting, last year, we were able to get, when did we start on Kootenai, Charlie?
End of February.
Yeah, so really early start, that was seasonally dependent. We are gearing up to be prepared to do that again this year. If it is a year similar to that, we'll be getting at it first thing. But of course, if there's still a bunch of snow and we're unable to do that job, it'll have to stretch into closer to spring as opposed to starting in sort of late winter.
Chris, maybe, or Charlie, just speak to, because on Kootenai, we did end up going quite late into the spring or early summer. It was June, July before we got wrapped up there, which obviously had impacts on the downtown. I know the goal is to try to get out of there before, before patios and markets and all those things other happen. Are we feeling quite confident at that?
Yeah, we will be taking the approach, like Mr. Johnson mentioned, getting in there as soon as we can, weather dependent. We did take the approach last year of creating a double shift so that our winter shift folks that were working on 3 to 11, we ensure that we have some maintenance workers on that shift so that we can continue the project after 3 o'clock, continue it into the night, keep that ball rolling, keep that productivity up. Same approach. Patio season for Josephine, there's not a lot of patios on that current stretch, but we'll still take the approach to be out of that area as soon as possible to ensure that our tourist season's not affected by any delays with this capital project.
And one of the other things that Charlie's crews have always focused on is maintaining access through these work areas. If there is a real desire to really get at it, there is the option of just closing down Josephine, right? And somehow managing the offices and businesses, fewer businesses directly off Josephine there, but offices, etc. Managing, the implications of a full shutdown, no parking, no anything, and the crews can just get in there and get at it, right? That's one of the reasons why, sometimes things will stretch on, is we are trying to maintain access through a corridor, through an area. Kootenai Street was a good example. Another reason is, and I think the term is spaghetti, there's a lot of history in our downtown core, And while the plans show this one as a fairly straightforward shot for replacement, it's two things are always interesting. One, what you find in the actual street when you get down there. There can be lots of old pipes. Sometimes you have to confirm they're old gas pipes. You have to confirm that they're actually off, et cetera, et cetera. You might have to start changing elevations for your pipe. But then as well, when we cross Baker, what that looks like once it gets daylighted and you can actually see what you're dealing with. So, you know, there are some options there. Our crews are, you know, we've always taken the approach of trying to maintain traffic flow through an area. But that comes at a cost, and it's a time cost, right? It takes us longer because we are doing one section, moving over to do the other. So as we get forward and as we continue to do these projects, as you can see, there's a number on the go. You know, that can be an ongoing discussion that we can have, is the appetite for council to fully shut down a block and, you know, discuss that with the businesses that would be impacted by that, and, you know, not having the parking around, et cetera, et cetera.
Could we do some engagement around that
Yeah.
to see what
Yeah, I think talking to
the
the
general
businesses, yeah.
population and the, you know, targeted population
Yep.
would be? And my second question is around the Heritage Conservation Act. Do you feel that that's gonna have any implications on this work going forward? It seems like they're getting a little more focused on what's down there. Like, do we, when you're talking about spaghetti and what's down there, do we think we're gonna run into anything that will trigger a?
Yeah, it's definitely a concern, for
Okay.
sure.
Yeah, that's one of the sessions I went to UBCM just because I'm on the Heritage Working Group. I thought I should go, and I learned a lot more. That opened up a whole can of worms that many of the questions from the room were municipalities who had run into these situations. That
They
had
want us to
turned
keep
out
our wood water mains?
Hmm?
Do they want us to keep our old wood water mains?
I don't think that's what
Okay.
they're talking about, but it's what else you may find down there. And who knows 100 years ago when they were building these, what they've covered up, what they've gone over, what. I'm just saying, I think it's a consideration.
No, it's, yeah, point well taken. Yeah, and it's something that I know that we're digging into as staff to better understand
Yeah.
the implications.
Yeah, UBCM is just in the process of consultation around that.
Yeah.
Maybe another interesting point to make is, you know, we just showed we're replacing water mains. But I think the fact that because we have the relining program, you know, that's the reason why we're not having to change out old sanitary infrastructure in the downtown area. So that just shows, and the cost effectiveness of relining versus digging up and replacing, I think is important to note here, because we do know we have other infrastructure down there. But fortunately, I think we've relined all that in the downtown, have we?
And, you know, to add to that as well, my team went, you know, over and above last year on Kootenai, where we put inspection chambers on our sanitary as well. So if there is any issues on the sanitary, we went and put in inspection chambers so that if there is any blockages, we can access them as well. So definitely relining helps, you know, that maintains, gives you longevity on your pipes. But when my team is down there in the spaghetti factory, we definitely analyze all the infrastructure that we have and how we can improve it while we're there.
That's awesome.
Okay, okay, so just a summary of the water utility financial issues outline for 2025 and 2026. So the darker blue was the 2025 budget, and the lighter blue is the projected for 2025, and the dark green is the 2026 budget. So you can see on the revenue side, we're projecting to come in a little bit over our projected revenue, and that's due to growth and additional connection charges and things like that. We're looking for an increase for the 2026 budget that we'll discuss as we get into the rate portion of the presentation. On the expense side, 2025 budget and 2025 projected, we're projecting we're gonna come in a little over budget on expenses. A lot of that is due to just, again, how crews shift between doing snow removal, parks, utilities. When we have these years that are light in snow, the crews shift over to doing parks and utilities earlier in the year. So it's all good work that we're able to get them to then catch up on some of the maintenance and do some of that work. But when we discuss general financial situation, you'll see that our transportation, which has our snow removal, is quite under budget. So that's where we see folks moving around. So it's all our own crews and all our own wages. It's just where those end up landing in the year. Also for 2026, we're looking to increase our contribution to the capital reserve to do a number of these projects that we've outlined and keep us in a healthy position as far as where our reserve balances project out over the next 20 years. And then for 2026 on the capital side, a little bit lighter than we had in 2025. Most of that was the finished water storage. We're transitioning away from that, completing that work in 2026, and as well doing those water main replacement projects. So the capital investment is lower in 2026, but if you look out into future years, when we get into 5 Mile, you'll see that increase again, and we'll show a bit more of a forward projection on that as we get further into the presentation. Just as far as 2026 operating expenditures increasing, we're looking at inflationary increases to operating expenses. Wages go up 5% due to commitments with collective agreements. Our other costs and materials, supplies, those types of things, generally see about a 2.5% increase. Our split in the water utility is about 60% labor and 40% other materials and supplies, so a little more heavily weighted on the wages side of things as far as what the inflationary impact is. We've also added a couple of additional programs into the budget for 2026. We mentioned taking a more active approach to water conservation. We're going to do a lot of that with our own climate and energy team, but they need some resources to be able to deliver a good program and to do that work. So we've allocated a bit more budget to water conservation efforts. We have also added, if you recall, council approved the city to take on GIS in-house. So we've got some cost spread between hydro and sewer and water. So there's a bit of an increase there to capture that budget. In addition to that, more on the regulatory side, we added some budget in 2025 to deal with regulations around dam safety and continuing to monitor that work. That's going to need a bit more of an increase for 2026 as well.
Councillor Payne?
I remember in previous years talking about some crazy increases in certain of the materials that you're using, and I heard whatever, that in other areas some of those costs aren't escalating at the same rate. They're sort of softening. Are you seeing any of that around the materials? Like, we're talking about your pipes in the ground and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there was, and we always use that construction price index as a bit of a proxy for, it might be a little higher than what you see for water and sewer pipe, but just sort of to get that range. And so here's a couple of numbers that might be easy to remember. If we look back since 2017, I use that as a starting date because that's when we did the master plan. Regular BC consumer price index increased 27% since then. And if you look at that construction price index, that increased 72% since 2017. So that gives you an idea of how much more the cost of construction has increased versus the number that people quote out there as far as CPI. We don't have that same basket of goods that we consume in a water utility as your average consumer consumes, so we're subject to that higher rate. But you're correct, back post-COVID, we were seeing double-digit increases in those types of costs. That's narrowed, so the gap between CPI and that construction price is tighter, but it is higher than what you'd see in regular inflation.
Yeah, I get that, but it's good to know that it's at least softening, it's not accelerating at all.
Councillor Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. So, a lot of our efforts have been on conservation.
access, it seems like it's basically a more affordable way to go rather than building infrastructure. But then we have to also continue to match the growth of the town and infrastructure replacement. So it is an interesting balance trying to have our population conserve, use water well, but then also making the investments that need to be made. And to not get too reliant on conservation, but to actually make the hard investments that cost a lot of money too. So I just, in my head, I'm just thinking as we can move forward, this interesting balance between those two things.
It's future ready, right?
Yeah.
It's making sure that we are ready for when things change in the future and continuing to maximize, use most efficiently what we currently have.
But still investing, still have to.
Still gotta be prepared for changes that are coming, yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
both in population and climate, all of that.
Thank you.
The other thing is a new home uses substantially less water than a older home, right? Their their water connection isn't leaking, their toilets are low flow, their showers are low flow, their everything is way less than, I don't know. Is definitely, so when you have that growth, it's not at that historical water usage per person, right?
And I don't have teenagers at home anymore, so I'm definitely contributing to water conservation. I think my water use is way down.
Vancouver's up,
What's that?
and Vancouver's up.
Yeah. Yeah, UBC residences. Just wanted to highlight the investment that has gone into the water utility since 2017, since 2020. So what I put on here is the capital investment that's done in each of those years and highlighted the major projects that we completed in those years. So, in 2020, it was phase 1 of the water master plan. It was Celis, and then in 2021, Anderson connections there. In 2022, it was the Anderson pump station. 23 and 24, we focused more on those water main replacements. And now in 2025 is the finished water storage. So I guess maybe the best way to read this is if you just look at 2025, that's the cumulative investment since 2020. So it's $17 million that we've invested in the water utility since that time. As I mentioned before, 17% of our city water mains were replaced since 2016. That's 12,500 meters of water mains that we replaced. The water strategic plan outlined an investment of $1.5 million a year that we should be putting into our utility. If you look at what we've invested, $6 million of this was grant funded. So $17 million. We've invested $1.8 million in the utility from reserves. And our average contribution to the reserve is slightly less than that. So in order to make this a sustainable utility, we really need to increase that annual investment into the capital reserve to bridge that gap. So this year's budget brings us closer to being able to hit that 1.5, 1.6 million a year and keep in line with the objectives of the strategic plan.
Just before Chris goes on there, I would just say that there are a couple of maps that Amy put up. The top one showing Baker, the bottom one showing the water main replacement since 2000, I think, or 2005. Anyway, so there's interesting data there. I think it shows that, yeah, we've done about 30 kilometers of main replacement in the last 20 years, so.
So we'll be able to take a look at those. I'm gonna stop for a break before you get on to liquid waste management plan, so I was gonna let you do your last slide there, and then we'll take a little break.
That's kind of it for that piece, unless anyone had any questions more on that one, but we were gonna pivot into wastewater, so that might be a good opportunity.
Yeah, so we'll just take a stop here before we get into that. Liquid waste management. Okay, so councillors, it's 10:33, let's go 15 minutes.
Like, this is like such a great
And we now have Charlie Henderson joining the team. Welcome, Charlie.
Thank you. Yeah, Charlie will speak more to when we get into talking about force main and those types of issues. Yeah, maybe I'll let
Yeah.
Johnson.
Sure, so yeah, again, you know, our priorities for this year, in 2026. Again, you know, the force main, Charlie will speak about that, wastewater treatment plant, you're well in the loop on that. Liquid waste management plan, we have a slide where we'll speak specifically to that, but you know, one that we've spoken about a little bit, but we're actually kind of picking up the tools on this year is that addressing at capacity lines. So we know through the last wastewater strategic plan, it was identified that we had what's essentially a collector main that runs along sort of Gordon Road and then down along Lakeside and behind the park, right in front of the rails. That main is getting to capacity. So we actually have a population count, which we're well within still, even with potential development. But we need to start picking away at that. So that's one of the items that we are gonna be starting in the next few years here to try or to start replacing that main as we go through to increase capacity to allow for, you know, increased density, future development, that type of thing. So that's really the highlight there. Again, the other items we'll have individual slides for. And we'll start off with the liquid waste management plan. So we are into another year of the liquid waste management plan. You know, if I said that it was going swimmingly, I would probably not be accurate. It's an interesting process that's here. Now, liquid waste management plan, just as a reminder, is the process that the provincial government has identified to allow communities to go through, prepare themselves for very large expenditures that don't go out to a referendum or alternate approval process. Meaning that while there are stipulations on how much money you can borrow for a project before you have to go to referendum, the liquid waste management plan is actually a proxy for that referendum. And so the province has interim guidelines, which they put out in 2016, I believe, somewhere around there, that they've been lightly working off of. And interestingly, they sort of develop, move their expectations on what they want to see within that. So it's certainly been an iterative process. We have submitted so it's a 3-stage process: stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Stage 1. The final report for stage 1 was submitted. Staff received feedback from provincial staff that there were still some items missing that needed to be corrected. That's why we have our LWMP survey out now. So we had done a survey previously. They felt that that wasn't good enough. They wanted a better survey done for more time with more engagement. So, you know, this is kind of what we're rolling with as well. You know, we've experienced things such as, a map needs to be in the body of the report. And we said, well, yeah, there is, the map's in Appendix A. And they said, well, Appendix A is not part of the body of the report, so it needs to be in the body of the report, it says right here. So, you know, there is a little bit, there's some challenges there going back and forth, and this is something that we as staff, you know, have discussed with the ministry staff at UBCM the last couple of years, and we're continuing to work through. Ultimately, where we are at right now is trying to fix up the portions of the stage 1 report that were highlighted by ministry staff that needed some more work. So anywhere from having, you know, putting out an additional engagement survey to making sure that maps are within the body of the report and not in appendices.
Councillor.
Just a quick comment, I saw the second one, but I didn't know it was different somehow. And I went, oh, I've already done that. So.
Yeah. It does talk about the difference in the bottom and why this one is.
Yeah, if I'd gone further, I would have, but it was like just a quick, oh yeah, I've done that, check and go.
Noted, yeah.
I'm trying to think.
We'll try to make it a
Just
little
to-
splashier,
just
like
to let
another
People know
survey.
that, oh, you get a second whack at the can.
Yeah, and you know, the real challenge here is trying to locate it. The province felt that they do ask us to provide a long list of sites. And so for us, we just actually, it was either 70 Lakeside Drive or where it currently is. They wanted the longer list, so we included things like the East Waterfront lands, which we would have to purchase, Maglio lands, which we would have to purchase, 70 Lakeside Drive. Can't recall, you know, we looked at other places, and so that had to be the long list, and then justify why we pared it down to just the two. And then, you know, get feedback on, hey, if you had a choice, you know, between 70 Lakeside Drive or where it currently is, what would your choice be, you know? And so that's really what they wanna see. And, you know, I think it's important to note as well that the liquid waste management plan process is not for the province to say, no, you're wrong, or yes, you're right. It's to say, have you checked all the boxes? Have you engaged, you know, your residents appropriately enough through all of those boxes that you need to check, such that you know, we feel confident that you can go out and borrow, you know, if you didn't get any grants, $70 million to be able to do this and, you know, burden the taxpayers with that type of debt repayment without a referendum, right? So suffice to say, we continue to work on the LWMP and finishing up the stage 1 portions, and the next step is to submit a stage 2 work plan. So we've done that already and we've received feedback, so correcting, you know, where we missed on that. And then it will be getting into the stage 2 work, which looks at further siting requirements, you know, looking at sort of all the requirements of what the new wastewater treatment plant will need to meet the needs for the next 7 years. Okay. We'll move on to more pressing issues and hand it over to Charlie.
So I think Mr. Johnson made a great analogy yesterday. This isn't a Halloween graphic of a smiley face with stitches. Unfortunately, this is our key piece of infrastructure, a sanitary force main. The black is showing you anchors and flanges that hold that pipeline to the base of the lake. The red is, I believe, 21 or 22 repair clamps that we have put on this small stretch of pipe. So whether this stretch of pipe was under the ground or underwater, we have a pretty serious issue on our hands. This piece of infrastructure keeps me up in the middle of the night, keeps me working weekends, and it is extremely challenging to repair. Some of the deepest sections, our dive team, we had to pull in professional divers to do any repairs. They might have 10 minutes of time at the bottom just due to blood saturation. So our repair time, that window is extremely limited. So we had for 2025, we had August 30th, we had to report a leak through our SCADA program. And that repair on multiple leaks went into October 15th. So about 7 weeks, we identified 4 leaks. What we're seeing is obviously soft spots in the pipe, but now when you look at those red boxes, you'll see years. Some of the older clamps are starting to corrode, and bolts are starting to pop as well. So we will find a leak, we will dive down, we will repair the leak, pressure will be restored to that line, and that increased in pressure starts popping new holes as well.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you. So there wasn't a graph here, but I can see that there's an acceleration happening of repairs, it looks like, sort of like beginning pretty steadily in 2018.
Yep.
And then there was 1, 2, 3, like there was four repairs in 2025. So like I can see why it's keeping up at night.
Yes. So where we saw some of the repairs was in the better portion of the pipe.
Right.
So that's also a concern. Definitely identified a pattern with cold water. That expansion and contraction with water temperatures is playing an issue. You know, we typically wouldn't use this material base of pipe. Currently, we'd use a high density polyurethane pipe to complete the next pipeline. So with the material type, it's at the end of its lifespan. So Colin, engineering team, I blended a bit of a hand completing that grant application. But we are on some sort of bottom time. We are very, very transparent with the province. So any loss, we report to the province. We do a spill report. We submit that. We've had coordination calls ranging from First Nations, with Interior Health, with the province, every agency. I've been a part of these phone calls. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the background when we have these leaks. We've had DFO knocking on my office door. We've had it all. So we want to make sure that we move to a new pipeline.
You know, we talk about water conservation and stuff. Can we talk about flushing conservation? Like, do we ever talk about trying to ensure that we're not putting the wrong things in the toilet when we're flushing? I mean, you know, there's lots of personal feminine hygiene products and baby wipes, and like, I kind of think of it as a little bit of a lost leader, or sort of like a bit of misinformation. Just because you can flush the baby wipe and it says flushable on the, blasted on the front of it, it's not really all that, I mean, yeah, it goes down, but it's not like it dissolves. And I think that consumers have this idea that these things somehow miraculously like sort of dissipate into nothingness in the sewer. Like, should we be trying to send out the message to be cautious about what you're putting down there as we try to limp this force main along until such time as we hopefully get the grants to fix it?
I think no matter what the pipe material is under the lake, we need to be cognizant of what is going down the drain. Whether we have a force main or not, it's at the plant that really has the problem processing that stuff. But whether it was a brand new pipeline or an old pipeline, it's the plant that really struggles when we're putting those items into our sanitary lines. You know, it's not a volume issue. It's not so much a debris issue. It is a deterioration of material of that pipeline.
And I'll just note that, you know, we've identified the need over the last sort of couple of years of having somebody that works on, you know, both our solid waste, you know, now our water conservation, and as well, you know, a FOG program, fats, oils, and greases that go down, flushable wipes, air quotes. And that's something that we're looking at with our existing staff of how to staff a program, right? You find in most a lot of municipalities, they would have people dedicated to this. I know City of Calgary was obviously quite a bit bigger, but there was a whole FOG team that went out to all the restaurants to make sure the grease traps were in, to make, you know, because that's like the fatbergs that you see and you read about, right? You know, flushable wipes, you know, ended up getting a bylaw, you know, there was a bylaw that you couldn't have flushable wipes. And so, you know, we are looking at how to resource this type of thing going forward, and it's about moving from one project into another and kind of building that up. But we do see a needed role for that sort of full-time ambassador for all of our, you know, those sort of key critical services that we offer, whether it be garbage and, you know, making sure the organics aren't going in the garbage, and recycling, making sure that, you know, the recycling is done appropriately so that Charlie's crews aren't left trying to explain to people what can go in the recycling when they're hustling around trying to pick it up, right? It's water conservation, and it's what do you actually flush, you know, what can you put down the toilet or the drains? So that's just something that we are looking at, how to resource that with our internal, our, you know, existing forces.
And I think we had materials that were in the past that addressed all those things, and you know, when we show up at your door or at a market or whatever, we should be addressing them all, not just water, not just, you know, recycling. Here's what you can do to, you know, to help conserve, do the right things, etc. Can I just ask, did this go with the grant application by any chance, do you know?
You know, I defer to Colin on this one. I'm assuming the previous map of this, obviously this is very, very current mapping. I would assume that we have highlighted every single break in that.
And the grant application referred to, as a reminder, is the Strategic Priorities Fund for up to $7 million, 100%. This project replacement we anticipate will be at that 12, 13 mark, somewhere in there.
What's the deadline for that?
It was September 12th, I think, for submittal, and then I think we were gonna hear in January or February.
January, when I talked to Glenn last, was, I didn't think it was until January.
And they were impacted as well by the BCGEU strike.
Okay.
He's not leaving.
Wow, I was gonna say, that was quick.
Small presentation this time.
So here is the major wastewater utility projects planned for 2026 and a bit of a recap of what our 2025 budget was and projected. We discussed the liquid waste management plan, and you know, moving towards that, having to kind of go back and do some of those phase one pieces. Projected for 2025 is under budget just based on needing to take that step back, but we hope to gather some more steam for 2026 and move that forward. Sewer main upgrades, there's some planning work for those at capacity lines that we discussed, particularly the one along the Lakeside Park there. We had that planning work budgeted for 2025. The focal point sort of shifted to be more on the force main for 2025, but we are planning to pick that work up again in 2026 and work towards that. As mentioned on the force main side of things, projected is to be over budget. That's largely due, we had a $50,000 budget in there for sort of those capital maintenance pieces on the force main. Our projections for that are it to be closer to $155,000. That's brought us over budget by that in that line item there. For 2026, we are carrying some additional budget, but that 1.6 million is primarily to look at the planning work for replacement for the force main. That work's already ongoing now. We've front loaded a bit, and I suppose that's the biggest change in the 2025 actuals versus budget, is that we've really reprioritized that. You know, the plan was to do liquid waste management plan, move into force main design. We're really trying to do those simultaneous now and front load that design work and get that force main replaced as soon as possible. The plan is to do that, you know, contingent on receiving those grant funds to do that in 2027.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you. So considering the sort of drastic nature of like where this pipe is at, 2027 feels like a long way away. Is there any way that it can be accelerated, or are we kind of going at max speed here?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, max speed.
So looking at the slide here with all the repairs, and like in 2025 there were 4 or 5 repairs. So we have to build in soon 3 to 5 repairs a year, let's say, into the budget.
Yeah, so you can see we've got a $1.6 million budget in there, and again, that's not just for repairs, that's to start working on some force main design or continue that force main design, but yeah, I anticipate, you know.
But that is
yeah.
just burnt money, right? Because we're repairing an old tube. So that's a little sad, but I understand why, of course, it has to happen. I'm just wondering, like, there's just no way of like speeding this up.
No, so where we're at right now, we spent 25 making sure that a lot of the legal stuff was kicked off and started, cause that can take many, many months, if not years, right? So that was the real push. That was, this time last year when we recognized that, we had some challenges with this force main, and, we had, like Chris said, or, CFO said, we had plans to get the LWMP done and then do the force main and the plant at the same time, but then it started springing holes. So yeah, that hustled it up. 25 we spent getting all of that regulatory land stuff going. Survey of the riverbed, identifying where it would best lay down, et cetera, et cetera. This year that's I think about 1.2 or 1.4 of that funding of the force main repair or replace is for detailed design. So now we're designing the pipe and where it's gonna go and how it's gonna be anchored, et cetera, et cetera. And knowing that, the grant, for one, all costs, if you are successful with the grant, all costs that you've incurred from the point of application are eligible. That being said, it's 100% grant, right? So you can get the full 7 million and, your project could be 7 million and the grant could cover 100% of it. But we know that it's gonna be more than 7, so spending on the design, we need to do it no matter what. So we're getting that moving, so we are moving sort of as quickly as we can, we aren't being held up by, expectation of, getting additional money or anything like that, we're going ahead. And the one sort of challenging part of all of this, of course, is the LWMP and the challenges that we are seeing around the siting. Again, the LWMP is not a process where the province is gonna say, no, you're wrong, it can't be out there, it needs to be here. It's saying, have you properly consulted? But, the concern that we have is that, the Strategic Priorities Fund grant might look at our application for the force main and say, but you're in the middle of an LWMP, how do you even know your plant's gonna go there, right? So we're trying to strike that balance. I know the mayor and the CAO were advocating hard, sharing where we are, what our situation was when we were at UBCM. So, this is where we are, and we're hustling as fast as we can.
It's just, sorry, supplemental, Mayor?
Yes.
It's just that we're going to spend a bunch of money on repair. And it's just too bad, but
Design would take us a year anyways, right? So we have.
Design and permitting.
Yeah, permitting, yeah.
and then once construction begins, so I'm just looking at
Spring
here.
27 or late winter 27.
So is that like a year of construction? No.
No, I don't think, they have to target, and this, this comes out in the detailed design, so we don't know fully. What we currently anticipate is an early start, so January, February, taking advantage of low water, getting that work done. Of course, we know after April 1st, the water starts roaring up quite quickly, so that's our construction window, right? At least in the areas where the shallow water is of benefit. So we still need to work all of that out, but at the end of the day, it's not a super complex build,
No.
right? It's not like you're renovating a building and you pull open a wall and there's a bunch of random stuff there. So, and a lot of the survey work that we've had done this year in 2025, means that we have a pretty good understanding of where the pipe is gonna go and what that looks like. So, yeah.
So once the crews are actually on site, working, laying the pipe down, it should move along fairly quickly.
As best as we know now.
Okay.
Because there will be, we don't wanna have to pause it until low water in the fall.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that's the goal, and it'll come down to the design, what it looks like, and what the crews are available and what they can do,
Thank you.
And the last line on here is, yes, of course, we still are working towards an eventual overall wastewater plant upgrade, treatment plant upgrade. We've been doing some of that planning work in 2025, we'll continue that into 2026. At the same time, we still need to keep the existing plant functioning, so there's always that capital maintenance component of replacing items on there. one of the projects for 2026. We've done 3 of the RBCs. There's a final one to do in 2026, plus, those sort of miscellaneous capital pieces that we'll do. We try to keep in mind the eventual life of the plant, though. We're not over investing in it, but we are trying to maintain it until we can eventually upgrade that plant.
So pain.
Could you just name I know what the RBC is, could you just name it so if
Rotating
anyone is out there
biological
watching it?
contactor.
Yes.
If you look down at this picture, there's, can you see the
Yeah, it's the
picture?
green
Yeah.
building.
Yeah.
RBC.
So just so people know that there's these 4 components that are integral to the functioning of the plant that
Yeah.
have been working overtime,
Mhm.
and staff has been doing an amazing job of keeping them operational
Yeah.
and repairing them in situations that are just very ingenious and creative, so. Thanks.
And, it's worth noting as well, CFO mentioned the idea of, there's other things that happen too. So just recently, we were actually in a budget meeting and Scott Eagleson got called out to deal with something. So our centrifuge that dewaters the sludge, that eventually they become biosolids after they've been dewatered. So through the treatment process, you're left over with the sludge. You need to dewater it to make shipping it more efficient. Our centrifuge went down, and so all of a sudden we had to truck, essentially a bunch of water, sludge with a ton of water in there to, I think we were going to Udashenia? Salmo. So all of a sudden costs go up, right? And plus we have the repair on top of that. So this is what we're dealing, when you're at an end of life plant or near end of life plant. And so these are some of the costs that we'd love to not be spending them, like we'd love to not be spending this money to repair the force main. It's where we are, it's what we have to do to keep treating, but these things do come up. So there is some variability in, the budgeting here. We don't wanna say, we need $500,000 extra for random things that come up. We do what we can to try and balance it within the year, but there just might be a need for something more, which.
And if I may, I think that also highlights our ability to work inter-community. If one of our communities is having an issue, we're able to collaborate with them. So I think that also happened with Salmo with their water treatment going down earlier in the summer.
Well, I think what Shannon's mentioning too, because I'm sad Scott's not here. So
Yeah.
he was pretty happy. He was able to kind of call around and
Source
find
apart.
apart from
Yeah. So
From
we
Salmon Arm,
basically did
Salmon Arm, yeah.
mutual aid with Salmon Arm, and they supplied basically a $70,000 part for us. We had it the next day. Wow. And to highlight mutual aid, when Caslow's Jazz Fest was going on, they were having water treatment. They made one phone call. We said we'd do everything to accommodate them. They got it back up and running. But the municipalities and the Kootenays, we all try to help each other out. Yeah. But yeah, shout out to Salmon Arm. They helped us out big time on this one.
Yeah, so
Sorry, Mary.
yeah.
One more question there. Thank you. So is there, would Scott have a list of potential major breakdowns? There must be a list of equipment that is quivering on functionality. I think the RBCs were that way, and then the repair was done. So is there acknowledgement that there could be some major pieces, and that we're actually pre-planning? We won't, maybe we don't, but we should definitely have a plan, if this piece goes down or that piece goes, what are we gonna do?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he definitely has his library list.
Yeah.
You could give him lots of money.
I have it right here.
Okay, just there's basically a hierarchy of what could happen.
And we have strategies too, right, of critical parts inventory. So if you know that there's one thing that can go down,
Yes.
and it has gone down and think about it again, you stock that part. So you get it right away. We were fortunate with the centrifuge, we got it from Salmon Arm the next day. We didn't have to wait for it to be shipped from, or manufactured and shipped or anything like that, and we're trucking that whole time.
And you typically rate those parts on what would happen in the system if they were to go down.
Right.
How catastrophic would it be? How much would it impact our treatment?
And I think
So to answer Councillor Woodward's questions for next year for water treatment, we're gonna be looking at chlorine generation, so our photocatalytic cells. The installation of that would be about $45,000. flow through water analyzers, that's another $15,000. Rosemont Reservoir Control Valves, $5,000. SCADA communication system, $5,000. Wastewater treatment, we're looking at primary clarifier valve actuators, airport lift station, VFDs, SCADA system communications. Like, this is a very high level itemized list. There's multiple subcategories below that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was just gonna say, you know, and that relates to asset management and GIS. Like when you have a fully functional GIS system with all these things identified, then you're not trying to figure out them by old manual systems and all those sorts of things, right?
Thank you. Mayor?
Councillor Kane.
If we were to say to the community who may or may not understand the precarity of this, here are the top 3 things you could do to help us hang on. So I'm thinking of, you know, we've mentioned fat oils and grease fog. You know, wear if it's brown, flush it down. If it's yellow, let it mellow family in our house. Maybe that's a little too much, but and then yeah, I know that there are in the newer builds there are efficient water features. Toilets in particular, I know is where a lot of water goes, and that goes right into the wastewater stream. At one point in time, when we had the water ambassador come out, she did bring us one of the bags because one of our toilets is old. So we just put the water bag in, so there wasn't as much flushing out. Like, is there anything key there that we could use as part of the, you know, marketing, Instagram, whatever, to let people know, here's the situation that we're at, it's gonna be expensive, but this is what you can do if you wanna contribute to the benefit. I don't know, just saying. I think people wanna help when they understand what the situation is.
I mean, these guys might know something off the top of their heads, but I know that when we've had those conversations, that's really what we wanted to get our climate and energy team to help us with in the work plan for 2026, is that whole plan of how do we educate, how do we engage with the public, how do we give them some resources to be able to do that,
Right.
sort of reach out to the public and let them know how they can make a difference.
Good to know, I look forward to it. Do we have any more of those bags around, CIO?
No, we don't. I have one just that I keep in my office so I can show it to people.
No, that was
There's lots of other ways you can do it.
That
You
was
can
a
just
super
take a
effective
2-liter
program.
That was an excellent program.
Yeah.
There's lots of different ways. Some people put a brick in,
Brick.
some people put 2-liter pop bottles, so you can just displace the water so you're not flushing as much.
Yeah, and one other thing would be the chemicals that you use. Cause that can certainly affect the biology of the wastewater treatment plant. Like when you also look at the wastewater, it's not only a volume, but it's also a concentration factor. So when you're completely going, everyone's low flush, then you're really increasing the concentration, which changes the way that the wastewater operators treat in the dosing that they do.
Okay, makes sense.
It's a balance.
Yeah, makes sense. And just while we're on this, how much capacity is there and the density of it, I know that the building code now has gray water as a component, and composting toilets are also part of the building code at this point in time. Is that anything we also ever talk about? Do we ever get inquiries around that, or?
We did get one this summer from someone in a laneway house for a composting toilet, but it's not currently outlined in our bylaws for that. Not sure what we could do with the biosolids from that. And how we would treat that.
Yeah, just something for, you know, when we're talking about being future ready, because, you know, that is the big percentage, isn't it, of wastewater is from the toilet.
I think I read about 70%.
Yeah.
Showers are.
I think bathrooms are
Yeah.
80% of your water use.
As far as composting toilets, they have to follow a certain regime of how they test for E. coli and fecal matter. And so they have to follow provincial guidelines for that.
Yeah.
So that it's not just putting it in their garden and then rainwater's washing it down.
No, I get it. I just know that some of these things that, you know, 10 or 20 years ago were absolutely no way not doing it. Gray water is the other big one, right? I think it's only recently that that's been available. I looked at it in building a house. The cost was prohibitive, but you know, we may get to a point where I'd be happy to water my garden with my gray water if that was feasible to do.
I went to a restaurant in the Telus building downstairs, and in the washroom there was a sign that said, you know, don't be alarmed by the color of the water, it's use rainwater for the toilets. I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah, I think IKEA was on a big kick around that as well.
I don't think they've been overly successful.
No? Okay.
No, stuff grows in the tanks, it becomes a real issue. Our building in Calgary had it
Okay.
and we used treated water.
They need to throw a bunch of chemicals in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, just, you know,
Yeah.
throwing it out there. As I
It's
say,
the
there's
right
there's
it's the right way to
ideas
be
that 10 or
thinking.
20 years ago we wouldn't even have considered.
Totally.
And now we're moving into a different environment where it looks like water's plentiful, but that may not be the case. So if we just have it on the radar, I think it's worthwhile. Love seeing that conservation.
So overall, despite, you know, pieces like a centrifuge replacement, you know, the force main repairs, we're projecting our 2026 or 2025 capital spend to be on budget. So I'm optimistic that we won't need to amend the financial plan for wastewater, but we'll sort of see how the year progresses, and if need be, I'll bring something to council, but I think we're so far looking like we'll land on budget for capital. Yeah, just as far as timeline, I don't know if you wanna talk a little bit about this, or I can, but you know, we discussed the liquid waste management plan ongoing through 2025 and 2026. Moving towards that force main upgrade, really these are all happening at the same time, so there's simultaneous working on the liquid waste management plan and planning for the force main, as we discussed. Continuing with those at capacity sewer main upgrades, and all the while towards that wastewater treatment plant replacement project that would happen kind of around that 2028 period.
When you guys talk to the implications of sewer main upgrades versus what we've been doing for a number of years of just relining?
Capacity.
Yeah, cost wise as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, the relining, you know, provided that the pipe is still straight, doesn't have what you call like a big belly in it where things settle down, and it's not too messed up, you can reline it and you get another 30 years out of it. Now, when we're talking about capacity issues, that's just the pipe's too small for the amount of volume going through there. And that's where we see that basically collector line that comes down Gordon Road and then along Lakeside, so for the rest of the mains though, instead of replacement, you know, if they are leaking, if we're having challenges, if they're, you know, in sort of rough shape, that's when we look at lining them, and then we get a bunch more service life out of it. It's a fantastic product, way less expensive. Like we were spending, we try to bulk it up, so and this is part of, you know, the wastewater strategic plan highlighted it, and also the liquid waste management plan. The liquid waste management plan just isn't all about building a new treatment plant. It's about how you manage, you know, the influent going into the plant. You know, so how do you manage your stormwater? What is your stormwater management plan? You know, how are you managing your mains to make sure that, you know, your I&I, your inflow and infiltration. So with the mains, funnily enough, we aren't really worried about the sewage leaking out. It's about all this water coming in that then overloads your plant, right? So that's called I&I, inflow and infiltration. So anyways, this is all part of, it's highlighted in the strategic plan, and the LWMP requires you to show that you've been doing this. And so relining is one of those critical things of improving our I&I to make sure that we aren't building a plant to treat a bunch of stormwater, basically. And so with that, when our SIP program, not cast in place, but
Cured in place?
cured in place, yeah, program, lining program, when they first started doing it, they tried to get, do a few here and there and tried to do sort of an annual program. And it turned out to be too costly, too small a volume, and so the pieces got really expensive to do. So what we started doing is bulking up a whole bunch that needed it, and then we would put out like a $600,000 contract, and then we'd get people in from Calgary. As far as Ontario, we're bidding on it, right? So That's a process that we've been approaching this with, and I don't think we have another running expense till later beyond our 5-year financial plan currently. So just to know that that's an ongoing thing. LWMP requires that we're doing that as well as a whole bunch of other things to manage the influent into that plan.
Another part of that, if I may, is redirecting our stormwater leaders away from our sanitary. So just this year, we did the 300 block of Coon Lane to redirect those Baker Street commercial residents.
Yeah, and that's a big part of doing the Baker Street work. So when we go into Baker Street, we're gonna do the water main so that we have more control over it. We're also, because we're in there, we're gonna replace the sewer because we're in there and we don't wanna go in there 20 years later. But we're also going to be tying in all of those houses all those buildings on Baker. All of their storm, for the most part, go right into the sanitary. And so we'll be putting storm in there, collecting that so that that's not going in. So again, another thing that we have to show in the LWMP, what is our overall stormwater management plan? With the catch basin leads, there's discrete projects that may cost more, but for the most part, I think we have 60 grand a year in the budget where the crews go and identify when a catch basin, so the grate in the side of the road or in the curb, when that's identified as going into sanitary, they will use that money to redirect that.
Okay, so recap of the financial summary for the wastewater utility. Again, 2025 budget in the dark blue and light blue is our projected for 2025, and 2026 is our budget for next year, or the dark green, I mean, sorry. Similar story as the water utility, we've got those inflationary increases in wages, supplies and services, 5% for wages. The inflation, 2.5% for most supplies and services, but for the most part, we actually go through line by line and kind of look at where we can save and look at where we maybe need to increase. We don't really apply a blanket inflationary number to anything. They have a similar 60-40 split as far as wages and materials are concerned for the operating expenses. Revenues for the wastewater utility after we did that shift a number of years ago are quite a bit higher than water, so we're able to absorb some of those, like a lesser impact on rates to cover a similar increase in expenditures. More of the wastewater revenues goes into capital than water. But again, we're looking to increase that reserve contribution so that we can carry us through force main and our wastewater utility upgrade as well.
Councillor Lockwood.
Thanks, Mayor. Chris, if I'm understanding, all of the reserve, the excess, the contribution to the reserve is to the utility itself. That was part of the challenge before, was that we had it kind of blended into a single reserve.
No, they've always been separate, water and wastewater. What we did is, without impacting the overall utility bill for residents, we shifted some of the wastewater revenues into the water, or sorry, the other way around, so that we could build up reserves in wastewater a little quicker.
Right, okay.
But then that put a bit of pressure on the water utility that we didn't quite have the ability to spend at the same rate of capital as we did before.
Right.
But the last couple of years, we've seen a slightly higher increase in those rates in order for us to be able to continue this capital work. And also to meet that, we talked about the 72% increase in construction costs, like to keep up with that. And I think we're getting to a point now where we've kind of got on top of that and we should be able to kind of ease off in future years of that higher increases. And again, with wastewater and with water, we're particularly with wastewater, we're really anticipating or working towards getting substantial grant revenues to be able to complete these projects, so that'll help a bit too.
Okay, thanks.
So yeah, just to be clear, we changed the rates between water and sanitary because they are two separate utilities. We have talked about, does it make sense to make them one utility in the future? We haven't kind of got there because waste is sort of what dealing with the water that you start with, it's kind of one system ultimately. But I think the really key part, and I don't think you have the slide on the reserves in here, but we are at current projections, we will have our share of the amount for the wastewater treatment plant when it's scheduled. We need 83 or 73% government grant, but we should have our share of it, so we're doing a really good job of building reserves to to plan for these large future expenditures. And I would say there are very few communities in this province that would be able to fund their portion of a project like that. They'd be out borrowing those type of projects.
Yeah, we do have a reserve graph, a few slides from here, and you'll be able to
Okay.
see again how we built those reserves up, and then how during the construction of wastewater treatment plant, we'll see those go down as we draw on our portion of that project to take us through to completion.
And I think the also good news is that the lifespan of the mains are substantially longer than the old ones, right? The material that we use today.
Yeah, if you're looking at a blue brew product, like they're estimating 100 years for that new water main.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'm just curious, because of the very long lifespan, so once we put in the pipe, are we going to start building up capital reserve for replacement of that pipe like we do with other items right away, or can we like let?
We've been doing that for 20 years now. That's
Right.
how we're able to keep replacing water mains.
Even though with that kind of lifespan, we will.
Well, it'll actually help us, because right now we were, like, the galvanized in the 60s and 70s was garbage.
Right.
We had to replace all of that.
Right.
They had a 30, 40-year lifespan, and now we're replacing it with a 100-year lifespan. So what we had to put in to replace on it more.
So just standard.
So it's not like we have a line item that then starts going, we're saving for the force main or remember, it's a reserve
Yes.
for the use that has to do with that utility. So it's all the things that have to do with that utility.
So we're just filling
So
the
we
basket.
still need to keep
Yes.
going, and to make sure that we get as much age out of that, we have to then make sure that everything in the city isn't contributing to wearing out the new stuff quicker. So it's a reserve that's just for wastewater. So it's not gonna get spent on refurbishing the arena.
Right.
I mean, it's there, and so what part of it, there's always a challenge every year, and so we have to maintain these reserves. And there was a time that we didn't do a very good job of this, and then in, the early 2000s, I remember the decision to make that was like, it was 10% or 12% increase because they were behind in reserve. So we just don't wanna,
No, we don't wanna go.
we don't wanna go there again.
Okay.
Not when we can see from asset management that there's a lot of moving parts in the city of Nelson. This is the core work. Flushing the toilet and turning on the tap are probably, as much as people say parking is the number one issue, these two, if they failed, would be a much bigger issue than parking ever will be.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, the strategic plans for water and wastewater lay out a full asset management plan and outlines, the age and of each of, all of the water mains, what the estimated years are that they'd be replaced, and maps that out over the next 20 years and says, and that's where the 1.5 million comes from. This is how much you need to be investing to maintain that. 2027's version of this will have updated plans, updated numbers, and we just try to ensure that our financial plan mirrors the work that's done in those master plans to be able to do that work.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, I think our deputy CFO is gonna talk to us a little bit about rates. Next slide here.
Alright, so now we'll switch over and talk about what it means for a typical homeowner in Nelson. Proposed rates for 2026, a resident with a single family dwelling will see an annual increase of $75, assuming that they pay before the March 15th deadline to receive that 10% discount. On that bill, you will also see the resource recovery fee, which we'll talk about at a future budget meeting.
Excuse me, sorry, if I could just ask, could you tell us what we're using currently for, I'm sure it's been adjusted for this year. What's our average, median, mean, middle, all those M words of a house in Nelson currently? Have we adjusted our number based on this last year's assessment?
So the value of a, I don't think I have a 2020, well, we have the 2025 version, I don't know what the next year's will be, I can't remember what it was for 2025.
I think it was 664 last year.
Yeah.
We don't have the 2026 numbers.
Oh, I know you don't have the 20, but I mean, we're not like, every time we go to budget, we usually get a new price, mean price on a home, so.
Yeah, those numbers for next year, I think mid-November is when PC Assessment gives us those projections. So we'll be able to sort of see that, plus new construction and all of that in a few weeks' time.
Okay, thanks.
And just, and then, you know this, that just for people that may be listening, that, our wastewater and water fees are not based on assessment, but everyone pays the same if you're a residential property.
Councillor Payne.
I don't know if you're coming to this, but with the provincial legislation allowing 4 units on a lot, so does that mean you have a single family and 3 additional suites for filling this out, or what's that gonna look like?
Well, I think it depends what that building form, if they're 4 strata units, then they would pay as a residential property. If they're one with a suite, and they pay residential suite, so it depends what the form of property on your lot is.
Fourplex?
So if it's 4 stratas, then it would be four single family bills.
But if they were duplexes with suites, so you have 4 units, then it would be 2 single-family dwellings with a suite each, because it's one owner for it all.
Okay.
So right now, we incent rental suites under our fee structure.
So the $75 increase for the year equates to $6 per month. That's to continue flushing your toilet, running your kitchen tap, and for a conforming suite, as Leslie mentioned, it's an additional $2 per month if you have the 10% discount. Quickly touching on what it looks like for some of our typical commercial businesses. The restaurant with 50 seats, which we commonly see throughout Nelson, is seeing a $220 increase for the year. And a small business with 5 fixtures would see an increase of $185, roughly $15 per month. It's important to mention that all of these rates are in line with what we forecasted last year as well. We haven't seen any significant major changes in the long-term plans.
Councillor Payne.
So I'm just curious, and this only came up because of a development that was done a couple of years ago. So a small business, like in my neighborhood, we have the Uphill Market, pays whatever, $32.94, and a large restaurant, like any of them around town, Finley's, the Royal, whatever, they pay not significantly more. It's not really encouraging small businesses, so it seems you pay a premium to run a local coffee shop, or I don't understand that. What am I missing? We are incentivizing small businesses, are we, or?
Well, we're not supposed to incentivize
Not incentivize, but
yeah, what we're trying to do, and that's why we'll look at the rate design
equity, I
is-
guess.
Yeah, the theory, I believe, and the system was set before even I started, is trying to estimate what the water use is. So the theory is if you have 5 toilets, you're probably gonna use more than the person that has 1 toilet. That scheme was put in place to try to estimate actual water use. So that's why it's based on fixtures. So that's really as, it was a method way back when there wasn't meters and all that sort of thing to say, how much water would you typically use. A restaurant, if you have more seats, then we anticipate that you'll use more than a restaurant with less seats, so it's an imperfect system, but that was the basis of it. So it wasn't to incent, it was to really estimate what would be the use by different types of, people having different types of usage of water within their businesses.
Through the chair. It makes me think of something that was said at the beginning, which is kind of like there's like the base cost anyways, everyone's gonna pay that
Yeah.
base cost because the amount of water that comes down the hill, once we've got all the infrastructure in place, that amount of water has less impact on the overall cost. So I think we could think of it for now as like a base cost to provide water to a normal small house, small business, and then everything else is kind of that extra, maybe.
Amy, any idea how sensitive is the number of fixtures?
I believe we've got 3 tiers, so the first small business, you get your first 4 fixtures within that base price, and then additional up in increments of 6. I believe it's like around $200.
Counselor Payne.
Right, I don't understand that.
So there's kind of tiers, it's not based on individual fixtures, so it would be like a small business with 4 or less fixtures, and then it's got a business with 6. You always get billed for that, and then for each additional fixture, we have like
Oh, it goes up.
buckets.
Okay, so this is just an example.
This is
Yeah.
just one example.
Oh, okay.
Yes, just one
I thought it
example.
was a cutoff.
No, I've never heard of
No.
that.
If you look at the bylaw, there's
Okay.
multiple different like ways you could be billed.
Okay.
Counselor
I'm
Locke.
just looking at, I'm just trying to think in uphill, for example, because you've got a toilet and a sink and that's mandated to have. And you've got, I would think 3 fixtures, so they're at 5, so they're.
I think one of the interesting things, from getting a sort of rate design work done, we know overall the amount of revenue we're collecting is the appropriate amount of revenue. What it'll be is more,
Yeah.
how does that get adjusted within the different classes? So, overall, we're not gonna see if everyone's saving. Some might go up, some might go down, depending on how that works, but.
Mhm. Yeah, I'll think further on it. As I say, it just came up in that conversation when a couple of places were saying that some of these, what they felt were out of line expenses didn't reflect the size and the amount of the business that they did, but it wasn't my business, as I say, I'm just trying to understand it a little better.
Counselor Lockwood.
And to be clear, am I understanding that whatever we do in terms of rates and rate design, it's supposed to reflect cost, isn't it? Or your best guess at portioning it based on cost, not on achieving other policy objectives. Okay. Yeah, so we wouldn't be
Bit of
able
a
to.
zero sum game, right?
We
There's
can't,
the cost, and
The
you have to
cost is the
recover that
cost.
cost no matter
To
what.
get the cost.
Yeah, but you can't, if your objective is to incent small business, you
Right.
couldn't do that, that's out of, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, no. Get it, thanks.
Back to you, Amy.
So looking at the water utility reserve over the next 10 years, these rates sustain a healthy level in the reserve balance as we draw from our reserve to complete the finished water storage and ongoing water main replacements. In 2029 and 2030, we rely on borrowing to finish the major project of the water master plan of replacing the 5-mile pipeline. So you see that corresponding debt down below. Closer to the end, we see it slightly rising back up, and that's that switch of utility fee back to the wastewater utility, or back to the water utility, which is in line with our previous allocation of the 2 fees.
Counselor Payne.
With Nelson Hydro, they had a sort of a range that they considered to be the optimal reserve level. Is that sort of the range that you're in there?
Yeah, we don't really have that same sort of band that
Okay.
I think that was one of the things the BCUC had actually asked us to provide, what is an acceptable range?
Okay.
Normally, again, it all comes back to the asset management plan. We don't wanna over store reserves and we don't wanna be, perilously low, but we wanna make sure that we have sufficient reserves to be able to do these projects, so there's no hard ceiling or floor on this.
So
Just a
sort of our
balance.
historical
Yeah, like a few years ago, we had, the water reserve had $6 million in its reserve, but that was in anticipation of needing to draw down on that to finish that first phase of the water master plan or the water strategic plan, particularly to do that finished water storage. And we've always anticipated needing to borrow to do the 5 mile. So that will come in. Incidentally, you see our current debt levels at the bottom there. We'll finish paying off our existing debt by the time we then go and borrow new debt for the water reserve. And as a order of magnitude on borrowing, right now $1 million of borrowing through MFA costs $75,000 a year over 20 years. So gives you an idea of sort of what we're looking at when we get into borrowing. It's always, if you can have the reserves to fund that, that's ideal. But we're trying to do a balance between 2 utilities here. One of them is going to be grant funded and reserve funded, and the other one's going to be debt funded.
I think historically we looked at, what that level of investment ongoing has to be, so as long as we're putting that amount in, we're gonna have these, low years, we'll build that up, and high years of capital projects will draw it down, and I think this graph right here shows exactly how that works. So we were spending less than we were contributing for another number of years to build that up in anticipating that we will have some large capital expenditures, and really that's what the strategic plans were showing, that if you consistently you need to spend at this level consistently, so as long as we're contributing at that level into these reserves, then we should be okay. And again, we've historically kept low debt levels so that we had that buffer in those heavy capital years, or if something unexpectedly happened, that's sort of the fallback plan, I guess.
Switch there in the later years.
Yeah, in 2024, just
Yeah.
that fee switch again, going from the wastewater, transferring it back into the water, like it used to be in the past.
And I think the big challenge is when there's regulatory changes that that throws our planning out, right? That we don't anticipate, we have to upgrade a wastewater treatment plant to a whole level. That wasn't the case when we were trying to build reserves, right?
And kind of opposite on the wastewater reserve, we see that reserve balance climbing up as we focused on the water projects last few years. And then in 2027, when we start the force main repair, and then in 2029, when we start seeing that treatment plant replacement, we start pulling from that reserve. Phase 2 of the liquid waste management plan will include costing for the plant as well, so we're hoping to get some better numbers because those were from the last management plan that we had with inflation, of course. It also, the reserve gives us some contingency as it maintains kind of that $10 million level throughout. However, this assumes we do get that $7 million for the force main grant, as we talked about earlier, as well as grant funding for the plant itself. Without those two, we would need to borrow, however that would happen, corresponding inspect.
It's not doable for our size community without getting senior level government grants.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just wondering about we're doing the liquid waste management plan and going out to the community moving forward, but we don't really know at this point what the sewer plant will look like essentially, or be, because as far as I understand, are we building a complete new sewer plant next to the old sewer plant, or are we refurbishing the sewer plant we have? And then the differences in the cost structures there. Is it a full replacement, or is it a refurbishment?
So
we're not, we haven't gotten to that
I
stage
know, I
yet, yeah.
understand, but it would change
We're
the-
anticipating that it's, functionally going to be close to a new plant, right? I think that the sort of initial, estimate that came back from, Urban Systems, I'm trying to recall, it was, and it's interesting, cause they had sort of done the whole life cycle of the plant, how much you could expect to pay, and I think that it came in at around 110 for the 50-year life cycle. So those are all those costs included. But I think that the number for construction that we've sort of loosely been working on is around that 70 mark. I see Shannon flipping through some pages back there, but we're a ways away from that. There's, our biggest challenge, of course, is geography. And that's why, we feel that, the only real viable option for it is down where it currently is. So it'll be a matter of, where it's there, or where we can site it, how it sites in, and one of the great challenges with, building or repairing a plant is you still have to treat sewage as you're doing it, right? So that probably leans us more toward, less upgrading that plant and more towards almost building a new one.
Yeah.
We still might use components of that plant, or, they might get done, but as you're redoing, different parts of your treatment train, that one's gotta be working, and then you might be able to bring that one online and then do a little bit more to the old one to bring it in and contribute to the effort, right? So it might not be a full, we're building 100% of the capacity in a new site, maybe saying we're building 80% of the capacity in a new site and we're using the old site for 20%.
You're pulling, as we go, it's like building a plane while it's flying.
Yes.
As we go, like, we're pulling off pressure off the old plant and putting that pressure on the new plant.
Well, and that's, and I've never built a wastewater treatment plant, I've never been around one. A couple of people have, Shannon has on a much smaller scale, but, when you have an active community flushing, like, this is just stuff that we can imagine likely having to happen, and that is the great challenge. I was around Calgary when we did $1 billion worth of work to the Bonnybrook wastewater treatment plant. And I know the challenges there, right? And so you do end up trying to leverage the existing infrastructure for what you can, obviously to treat it while you're building the other one. But again, it might be easier just to build a 100% new plant, cheaper, easier.
And then just
Then just switch over when it's ready, right? But there might be aspects of it that you bring in, so.
Okay, cause I'm just thinking about, as we're moving through this, like the difference between like a fully brand new built water plant or a reno of the older plant with additional parts and pieces added on.
Yeah.
Well, you do an asset management as you go. You assess the condition and how much money you're gonna have to put into, say, this one singular tank over a period in comparison to actually replacing it and just getting that done with, and then looking at the lifespan of that new replacement.
Right.
And how much, it's, a wastewater plant is so complicated, but it's really cool. It's just a bunch of different cylinders, really, and it's all different stages of treatment. And so you can really pick it apart and replumb it. And that's what treatment is, it's a circular motion. It goes through the plants multiple times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Complex.
The thing that this graph really shows is the difference between having a treatment plant, which we do on the sanitary side, and you can see what the levels of reserves you need, versus not, which is on the water side. So if we go to filtration on the water side, we're gonna have we're gonna have to double that side of the water side, which is not budgeted at all in here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, pull that off. I don't know how you did that, Amy. Once again, you did it for us. So if there's no further questions, if I could have a motion to adjourn for lunch. Thank you, Councilor Woodward. Seconded by Councilor Pinero. All those in favor of lunch? And
Thank
that's carried. Thank you. and Councillor Locke and Pinero. All those in favor of reconvening, and that carries. Thank you, everybody. So the next item on the agenda today is regarding emergency treatment funding, and so the Nelson Committee on Homelessness is requesting council's endorsement to apply for a federal emergency treatment fund, the ETF, through Health Canada to pilot a mobile crisis response team, MCRT, for Nelson and the surrounding local health area. The city would act as the fiscal sponsor, allowing funds to flow through municipal accounts, while ENCO oversees project delivery in partnership with community agencies. You did receive a backgrounder yesterday, along with the application that would be going forward underneath the umbrella of the City of Nelson. And we have with us here today Cheryl and Amanda, Cheryl from Anchors and Amanda from the Nelson Committee on Homeless, to go through and tell us about their proposals. So over to the both of you.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm Cheryl Down, I'm the Executive Director of Anchors and also the Co-Chair on the Nelson Committee on Homelessness. And thank you, Mayor and Council and City staff. We're really excited to present this proposal, and you probably will recall that we initially you supported a proposal of a similar nature going back on last year when we had the first opportunities to submit. Unfortunately, it wasn't awarded funding at that time. However, Trail and Cranbrook were awarded funding, which is fantastic. And now I think, you know, we have this new opportunity to submit, and I know Amanda and Chris have been working closely to really tighten up our proposal and our ask, and I think we have a really clear and strong proposal that's reflective of community need. And so we'd just like to go through it and take your questions. So just to start, Canada is facing a public health crisis that has basically left no community untouched. This crisis has been driven by a complex set of factors, including a dangerous toxic drug supply, and the tragic impacts are seen and felt among our friends, our families, and our neighbors. Building on historic healthcare investments, including in mental health and substance use, the budget of 2024 provided $150 million over 3 years for the ETF for municipalities and Indigenous communities to help provide rapid responses to emergent critical needs related to the substance use and overdose crisis. Through this 2025 national call for proposals, Health Canada's Emergency Treatment Fund will provide time-limited contributions funding to municipalities and Indigenous communities across Canada. The ETF can fund projects that address urgent and immediate needs related to substance use and overdose, as defined by the communities, to support local capacity and provide access to culturally relevant, trauma-informed, and evidence-based programs and services. The ETF will prioritize urgent, financially feasible, and project-ready proposals that address the overdose crisis in communities across Canada. And because we have a couple of communities in our area that have been funded for this project, and more broadly, we are now seeing what the ETF is funding in communities, and we can draw on those experiences and those projects to inform our own proposal. This is basically what we've done.
Okay, so just a little bit of background. You will see these in the proposal. It'll more at length. We'll provide some. There's some more data, but just the sort of the main numbers here is that as a municipality, that we're really committed to reducing poverty, and we're focused on saving lives and connecting people to evidence-based services, including treatment and recovery, as well as other supports like supportive housing. Nelson's poverty rate is nearly twice the provincial and national averages, with a 2021, which is a little while ago, but no new data, to be 19%. This is significantly higher than the provincial rate of 8.9 and the national rate of 10.1. So just to give percentages, it's helpful to imagine that's actually 2,100 people in Nelson living below the poverty line. In a most recent study, so this one was in 2023, deaths due to drug toxicity have continued to rise within BC communities, with 2,546 deaths in 2023. These are disproportionate impacts on some people and regions. In 2023, the rate of death due to drug toxicity in BC reached 46.4 per 100,000 people. Predominantly, this is men, people aged 30 to 59 years, as well as First Nations are experiencing higher rates of death than other residents. The local health area for Nelson experienced rates of death 1.2 times higher than for the province overall in 2023. There are currently, though, 7 harm reduction services, sites, and programs which are essential for an integrated overdose response within our LHA. Sadly, though, there were still 428 lives lost within the Interior Health Authority, 42 of these within the health service delivery area of Kootenay Boundary, and 16 of these within the local health area of Nelson. We believe these are preventable deaths across the board.
So in 2023, Coordinated Access Hub assessment report indicated that substance use was actually both service providers and service users identified substance use as a major issue. Both groups spoke about lengthy wait times to get into treatment centers and the lack of local facilities and lack of wraparound care. So, I think we're aware we don't have any residential treatment services in our Kootenay Boundary region. We do have a support recovery program, which is like a second stage that Acres operates. And now we have a centralized service for intake service for detox, which we're finding, although we have detox in Castlegar, it's creating some boundaries for people to get in, and we're addressing that. All of this, and as well as lack of overdose prevention sites, like inhalation sites, for example. So the underlying theme, I think, for a lot of people using services at that time that this assessment was done, was despair and just a need for more services and support. And yeah, I mean, the lack of hope was palatable, and we're seeing it now too with really complex mental health issues, the increase in people being on the street, being homeless for longer periods of time, not only in our area but across the province. And all of that to say, I think this proposal that we are presenting is one that does bring hope. It brings more wraparound services, and it brings hope to people who are in desperate need of these services.
So just to sort of supplement, you can see here that another available data set that really sheds light on this drug crisis is the volume of overdose emergency calls that paramedics respond to in each community. So in addition to an increase in drug toxicity deaths, there's also, of course, an increase in emergency calls for overdose response, which really underscores the escalating impact of the crisis. So BC Emergency Health Services reported a provincial total of about 42,172 events for overdose responses in 2023. But just to give some specifics of the 9 communities in the Columbia Basin Boundary region with available data, the communities with the most calls include Cranbrook with 262, Nelson 225, Trail 223. So pretty similar numbers there. Between 2016 and 2023, the number of overdose response calls for communities in the region with available data went up 317%, from a combined total of 209 in 2016 to 871 in 2023.
As reported by the Office of the Auditor General of British Columbia, rural communities experience gaps in health equity and barriers when attempting to access appropriate supports. Substance use and emergency responses to overdose are often more noticeable in smaller communities, potentially exacerbating stigma, which in turn further contributes to health inequities. Understanding localized data on the toxic drug crisis is important for evidence-based decision-making and develop targeted strategies and interventions that address the region's specific needs and challenges. We feel that this project is in some ways an anti-stigma project, and as well will fill in some significant gaps in service.
So what's needed and why are we really here today and applying for this emergency treatment funding? So if you sort of went through your proposals at length, this sort of summarizes what we're proposing, which is a mobile crisis response team, an MCRT in Nelson, to provide immediate specialized support during mental health and addiction crises, which helps de-escalate situations. It improves individual outcomes and it reduces the burden on our current emergency services. They divert individuals from unnecessary involvement with the criminal justice system and emergency departments, offering a more appropriate and timely intervention from trained professionals like mental health workers, nurses, and outreach workers who work alongside of or in place of police officers in many cases, or can even in some communities, we're showing that actually it's a police officer sometimes in certain instances with a social worker or nurse. The MCRT is intended for our entire community. And it's based on consultation, we're hoping, with the city, police and emergency services in how we would best implement this in our own community. This is an expansion pilot of street outreach, working collaboratively and bolstering more capacity and supports to close the gaps on connecting people to services in crisis and collaborating with our lived expertise outreach teams.
So, what is a mobile crisis van? A mobile crisis van is a specialized vehicle designed to bring mental health support directly to people in need, no matter where they are. Instead of requiring individuals to travel long distances or sit for hours in crowded emergency rooms, these units deliver on-the-spot care in safe, private, and comfortable space. Imagine living in a remote Indigenous community, struggling with serious thoughts of suicide but feeling completely trapped. No car, no hospital nearby. Even if there was one, the fear of stigma, of being seen and judged, might stop you from going. A mobile crisis unit eliminates those fears and barriers. No wait times, immediate help is available without sitting in an ER. Privacy and comfort instead of a clinical setting. People step into a calm, welcoming environment that feels safe and reassuring. For communities that lack reliable transportation or live far from mental health services, this approach is life-saving. It provides timely support and removes the barriers that prevent people from seeking help. So, like we mentioned before, these mobile crisis response team vans are popping up not only around British Columbia and various communities, but also across the country. I think TELUS Mobility initially had some projects that they funded, but those sort of dried up. They did that just after COVID. But now, through various funding, particularly the ETF, we're finding that a lot of communities are saying that is the thing, that is the response that we want in communities. And I will say that is very challenging to get government funding for the overdose crisis response. That is capital funding.
Mm-hmm.
So this is huge. And actually applying for this funding to have a mobile van, I think is a small window of opportunity where we can have this kind of going forward for the next number of years, which is, I think, very exciting.
This just gives an overview. So in order to pilot this mobile crisis response team and ensure its efficacy, this is what we've proposed funding for. So I've sort of grouped these so you can sort of see, but they are interrelated. In your packages on page 4 and 5, you'll find the detailed proposed budget. These are very realistic numbers. We have been tweaking them quite a bit with community consultation with the other service agency partners. But this will give you a sense of what the numbers actually will probably look like. And also we're basing them off of the other projects in other communities as well. But again, essentially, we're proposing funding for crisis response. So that's the mobile medical van. That's gonna be your big ticket number on there. You're gonna see that right at the top. Training and development for the MCR team. You have to do crisis training, and you have to keep updating it, and you have to have the most current offerings that are out there. So that budget is to make sure that we're doing that crisis training. We're also supporting those workers to be handling and de-escalating those situations daily with new techniques based on what's working, and we're finding what's working. So that's working with Crisis Center BC and their offerings with assist training as well. So that's what you're gonna see on that budget item. Then we're gonna need supplies. We're gonna need some medical and we're gonna need some food supplies. Food security is a real critical issue in our community, and if we can be able to have some no-cook food in those vans, it would be ideal. We're seeing it a lot, and we're getting lots of calls about it. So you'll see a food budget in there. We would work in community partnership with that. Community prevention. So ultimately, we also want to be preventing. We want to be preventing overdoses. We want to be actually making a sophisticated turn on the toxic drug crisis. So we need prevention. So one of the things that we're seeing is there lacks clinical supervision for outreach workers. This is something that in my time in Vancouver and also Whistler, we had in place for outreach teams. I can tell you it makes a huge difference to be able to debrief some of these crises. You want space to work with a clinician to be able to debrief this work. And so we've built that into this project funding is so that we can really support our outreach workers to be able to sustainably do this work. And so clinical supervision is a real asset in community to be supporting those workers. You're also gonna see a line item for REDUN. So that's our Rural Empowered Drug User Network. And they would be our persons with expertise. They would be consulting on this project to make sure that not only is it working, but it's actually connecting with the people that we need it to connect with. And then you're gonna see Indigenous-led healing circles and elder and culture supports. We see it across the board, but just to reiterate, First Nations are disproportionately a part of the numbers that you're seeing. And so if we do not incorporate some Indigenous-led healing on this front into those communities, making those connections into community that we can't make as colonial settlers, these kind of projects will continue to only be serving a certain subset of our communities. And so we've also built in that component here. And then access to treatment. This mobile medical van will also be providing transportation to the hospital if necessary. It also is, we've proposed a transportation fund to support individuals to get to the treatment centers and detox facilities. Right now, the agencies don't have money to be sending folks to where they need to go. And those folks often don't have the money either to get to where they need to go. So this has a budget line to really get people to the services that they need to have. And that's treatment. And we don't have a treatment center in the Kootenays. So people are going out of community. And then lastly, oat therapy. We, and perhaps Shell can speak to some of the success with that, but we've also put in some extra funding for oat therapy because we see it working in our community.
Leslie?
Could I just ask, because we are, transmitting, but you could just explain OAT a little better for people who don't understand it?
Sure, opioid agonist treatment therapy. So basically it is, if you are addicted to opioids, for example, there's a range of therapies. It really depends on what works for the individual. It could be anything from methadone, Suboxone, Sublocade, Cadian, fentanyl patches, but there's a range of options and we have a couple of service providers here in our community that provide that, and we also do Suboxone starts up at the hospital. But what we have found, and Anchors offers a low barrier OAT clinic, and we have an outreach worker attached to that clinic, because like at the very basic level, it's like getting people intaked and getting them to their appointments. So the outreach role is for that piece. So in this case, the outreach worker working with the van can get people to their OAT appointment. If that makes sense in practical terms, yeah. Okay, so, and I think you'll also see in the budget that in terms of FTEs, we have 2 FTEs for outreach workers and 1 FTE for a mental health nurse. So I think having that medicalized support for the van is really key. Certainly, when we've talked about CAR 87, when we've talked about all of these interventions and supports for people with substance use, but also like complex mental health needs, we really need that that person, that professional with that level of expertise. We feel that is crucial. And certainly the outreach approach that we have in Trail, we've been relying on our community partners when we went into this mobile response team. And we have a health outreach nurse that goes out with our outreach workers. So yeah, that's key, and we're seeing more complexity around that. This mobile crisis response team, it's an innovative and it's an evidence-based practice in other communities that's working. We're seeing its positive effect. It's an innovative approach. We feel like it's, I think, a missing piece for us in this community that could be quite effective. Hopefully will reduce emergency response, fire, ambulance, etc., and can be dealt sort of immediately and on the ground without involving these more sort of expensive interventions. So we'd like to take some questions.
Councillor Payne has a question for you.
I'm just interested with your 2 FTEs, what your planned hours of service are gonna be, and is that gonna be incorporating the current street outreach team to give more coverage, or how's that gonna work?
Yeah, so I think, we've been talking a lot about this, because obviously it'd be great if we could run this 24/7, and perhaps we can grow it into something that looks that way. Obviously, we have a certain amount of money that we can apply for. So when this is funded, we will be sitting down with our committee and with the city to determine what those hours will be.
Okay.
And absolutely, this is to support the teams that we already have on the ground, and then also involve their expertise and their support as well.
Perfect, so
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it should in the end enhance the level of service
Correct.
that we're currently seeing.
Yeah, because, like just speaking to street outreach, for example, they have a lot on their plate. They get called by everyone. And, business is calling them, all the not-for-profit organizations are calling them. They're dealing with a vulnerable population. And it's too much. It's too much for them. It's a recipe for burnout, and I think we're seeing the effects of that now.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. My question would be, so we went through this a bit with the hub, like the city got the money, hub was operating, I think, 2 years.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
And then it shut down. So my concern here is what happens after this money is spent?
So, I think that's a really important question. And, Amanda and I have been talking about this a lot because sustainability is always.
Sorry, is that your answer?
Can we all turn on our phones just once and get it over with and then we'll be good?
Today's the day.
Yes. I think first and foremost, we'll have this capital purchase, we will have the van. Secondly, when you have something that, you're providing the services, it's evidence-based and so on, you can leverage more funding, different funding. I've been, operating not-for-profits for, probably 25 years, and I've been through the lean years, the swings and the, political pendulum and what have you. And I know that it's lean times right now, and also in lean times, you can always find money, right? You just have to be more creative about it. I think, the hub was very, and is very expensive to operate. We've maintained some aspect of that. But this is actually a very reasonable, I think, budget for, for getting a capital purchase, having that in perpetuity, and then having 3 FTEs. And you can always, like we were talking today, there's Vancouver Foundation,
Right.
Innovation Fund. They offer 3 years of funding now, paired with CBT. That's a possibility. And not only that, if there were periods of time that there were gaps, street outreach could use this van, or interior health could use this van. Like, I think we could still populate it with employees that we already have funded through other organizations.
And just supplemental, Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. And so, like with any organization, you're gonna need some kind of reserves to fix the van, or
Yeah.
to buy new equipment, or so on and so forth. So how do you envision, if this all came through, got all this equipment, you're running,
Yeah.
how do you start putting money away for the sustainability piece over like long haul?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we've already been down this road twice. Anchors has. So we have a van that's a regional van, and now we have this van that we're operating Trail. The van, City of Trail provided Anchors with the van. The van is now ours. So in that budget, and in this budget, we've put aside money for insurance, we've put aside money for gas, we've put aside money for, the maintenance of the van. And then what we look, because now we're 6 months into this project in Trail, sat down with the community manager, and we saw where there were some surplus areas, and then you can do a budget transfer with Health Canada and say, okay, we were underspent in this area, but now we need a little bit more money. Because the other thing is, and we took the real cost of the van because we worked with Move Mobility.
Yeah.
And we beefed that up a little bit because we know that next year in 2026, there's probably going to be an increase in the cost of the van, and we're dealing with tariffs, and we don't know what's going on with that in terms of the US. So we have to account for that. So yeah, we're making contingencies for that.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Blackburn.
I apologize if you already covered this, so please just point me to where in the report I should look. So, a couple of things I was wondering about was what's the evidence in terms of reduced overdoses, hospital visits, or whatever, that this works? Like what is the context that this does what? I'm assuming the metrics are hospital visits, reduced overdose deaths. Do we have, because you've got 6 months of in Trail, what are the numbers?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a really difficult thing to quantify because, you can look at things like, how many people have taken naloxone kits. You can look at things like how many times you've supervised consumption. You can look at things like how many overdoses you've responded to. But provincially, that's a hard number to get at, how many overdoses you've prevented. You can look at the coroner's data for the area and you can say, oh, well, last year we had, and we're actually starting to see numbers trend down with, harm reduction, interventions in this area. Like we've seen in the last year, we've seen overdoses trend down in some areas, but we're still trying to understand that data. I know that's probably not the answer you want. You want a clearer answer, but it's really complicated and difficult to get at that.
Right. So with the trail project specifically, what are your metrics that you're using?
Yeah, so our metrics are basically, there's an evaluative process that's set up between the city and the provider. And so moving forward, when this project is hopefully funded, Health Canada will sit down with the city and the provider to establish those metrics. And you do that collaboratively. So right now we're looking at demographics, we're looking at what services we're providing, how we're reducing, for example, we do in this project too, food security has been a big issue. So, how many meals we're handing out, how many referrals we're making to detox, how many referrals we're making to other community services, how many people are getting housing. We do that already through coordinated access. So we'll be linking, some of the data management gathering that we already do through coordinated access, and the Nelson Committee on Homelessness to this project. So we could actually probably provide more robust data than a lot of communities simply because of what we already have set up through the Nelson Committee on Homelessness and Reaching Home.
But the idea would be by the end of the pilot and trail, you would have those things figured out, like it's a work in progress
exactly.
defining what those
Well,
are.
and trail, you're saying about 40, you're seeing about 40.
We're seeing about 40 individuals a day
Okay,
Yeah.
for that project.
unhoused.
house. And are those 40 different or do kind of a cycle of the,
No, those are
Same
40
people.
different individuals.
oh wow, so over the course of the year, that would total 40
Yeah,
times.
So
the
I think it tracks up to be, I didn't bring the data
Yeah.
with me, but if you are interested in it, I can provide you with our
Some sort of
6-month report if
supplemental, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
you're interested.
Yeah, and I'll just add that in the last 3 months, street outreach, and I get the data from street outreach quarterly. So this is pretty consistent, but just in recently, it was about 250, but it reaches up to 280 in the 3 months of, unique client interactions. So if you sort of, divide that daily, right, that's what we're sort of looking at is sort of like, that's what street outreach is doing. But ideally, we would also be servicing the whole community. Street outreach has its own, focus. And we're trying to broaden that focus actually, because I sort of addressed this a little bit in the data in your packages, which is that quite a few overdoses, like the majority happen actually in people's houses. So
Right.
it's not your unhoused population, there's actually this happening in our housed population.
Right, so if I may, just a supplemental, because I just want to typo in this one. The, is that okay? Yeah, okay, thanks. So one of the data points, again, just one of, I imagine, many that would be interesting and certainly help us in general is comparing what does it do to, say, police services and that kind of thing. Things that are kind of directly within our budgetary scope.
Absolutely, and I agree with you, and I'll hand these out afterwards, but these are sort of some of the more qualitative other municipalities speaking on this front. That's more sort of qualitative.
Yeah.
In terms of how they've rolled out MCRT in their communities, but again, this is still pretty innovative, yet they're already seeing the good effects for it, which is why it's sort of like now
Yeah.
being more and more supported.
Yeah.
So I would say it's innovative, but at the same time, we're seeing it rolled out in communities with success. So police are happy with these projects in their infancy already. And so admittedly, we are bringing something to you quite fresh.
Yeah.
But that we're seeing good results from, and that's what we want to see in our community too.
And Health Canada is tracking these projects and the results of the project, and usually Health Canada uses a logic model. And so you track short-term, medium-term, and long-term effects.
Mhm.
So I think we're at the short-term phase of
Right.
evaluation. But certainly if you're interested in sort of some of the early data, we can send you that. Yeah.
Okay, great.
And I'll send you I'll send it to Janice, I'll send you our 6-month report for Troutfield Lake.
There's, perhaps from some of our internal data, and I'm gonna look at the city manager a little bit for this, responses from our fire department to overdose calls is down, I don't remember the exact number, somewhere 30-40% this year over last year. So significant improvements, that's probably to do with a couple of things, NSI, probably one of them.
Yeah.
The shelter having OPS there where they can actually support the users there and they aren't, they can intervene a little bit earlier, but just to say that we're on a really good trend, so, it'll be interesting to see, as Cheryl mentioned, once 45 Government Road is open in June of 26, can we anticipate seeing, an even more drastic reduction in that, just from that housing first approach, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just, those are some of the stats that we continue to look at, so just to provide a bit of context on that data thing, that this year has been a significant improvement, and we account a lot of it to that housing first, getting NSI going, and then as well, the supports that they're able to offer at that shelter.
Yeah, and I think, in terms of timing, the 45 Government Road will come on in June this year, and then obviously the renovation of the NSI as a permanent building, I think is probably a good year away from that. So both of those things will happen before this pilot, I don't know if it's called a pilot, is over, and I know that sustainability of funding, I was talking to the CAO and Trail, and that's definitely a concern of Trails is, because they're, I think, ends in April coming up, right? Because I think they're on the the federal government's fiscal years, which are March to April to March, so definitely the sustainability of the program going forward is definitely a concern there, and I know they're looking for other funding sources, but I don't think anything's been identified at this stage. And maybe you can talk about the pluses and minuses or the learnings from Trail, because I think there's definitely positive in providing services, but there's definitely been some challenges there as well.
Well, I think challenges.
I'm just waiting for the opportunity here, so I'm just like, and actually, if you don't mind,
This is just relevant to that, but I can bring it back if you want.
okay, because I was gonna go to Councillor Tate, because she wasn't talking about it. Councillor Payne, I'll go to you, then I'm gonna go to Councillor Tate, Cheryl, and you guys just write down these questions that you're being asked, so we don't miss any of them, and
Just as far as the data goes, a couple of years ago, I was at a session at a conference by the Canadian Mental Health Association around their peer-assisted care teams. That's a provincially funded program that they rolled out at the time in 6 communities around British Columbia, and they were targeting to go for 10. But it sounds like a very similar program. I think I sent it to the CAO when I got back from that. We're on the same track there, aren't we? From your recollection, I know, but they did, when they presented, they had some very clear data and some very clear metrics on it. So it might be worthwhile, I can let you know but they knew exactly how many calls were being diverted from law enforcement to their teams, and they had tracked the results. So it was pretty impressive. Pretty interesting. So if that's useful to just help bolster the logic around why we would move forward with this. I'm pretty sure that data is out there, and they were a variety of different communities. They were larger metropolitan communities and some smaller communities too. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but I think it would be really interesting. They were looking at adding 4 more communities to put it up to 10, but I think there've been some, funding issues with the provincial government, so not sure where it's going, but it sounded like the results were really stunning, and they did have the numbers.
Councillor Tate.
Thank you.
I want to answer that CAO's question about the challenges in trail first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but I do know that obviously there's challenges in trail. Trail has a lot of things going on. It's a very, trail lacks a drop-in center. Trail lacks bathrooms public bathrooms for people. They're lacking, they didn't have an extreme weather plan this year. So there was nowhere for them to go during the hot weather. There is an extreme cold plan, but after people leave the shelter, there's nowhere for them to go. There's been ongoing issues, obviously, because, the shelter was downtown, people didn't like the location of that shelter. The shelter moved to the river. Then people who were unhoused and not living in the shelter were living by the river and gathering around the gazebo, and there was challenges around that. People are just kind of moving around. And so, I would say that there are a lot of issues right now that need to be addressed in trail because of a lack of robust services that we have more of here in Nelson, which is, I think we're very fortunate. Supportive housing, another issue. And the drug trade in trail is, I think, at a new level, and there's a lot of lateral violence and so on. So I think the trail picture is very, very complicated.
Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, I think in particular, the concern was around, they built a new viewing platform on the river in the gazebo.
Yeah.
And they had to remove it. It got trashed, and it was partly, part of that, he attributed that to the van showed up at a certain time at a certain day, and it became the gathering place of.
That's inaccurate. So the outreach workers find people where they are gathering. And so,
seemed to become the
so there are
gathering
people
place.
behind the 7-Eleven, there's people down by the river, there's people behind the library. So the outreach workers, including our outreach workers and the outreach workers from Interior Health, go to where people are gathering.
Yeah.
So I think and it's not just one location, it's numerous locations throughout.
And I think that's how do we manage that it doesn't become that gathering point and causing significant challenges in any one place. And I agree, he also attributed, there's no, that they don't have the food access that we have in our community, so people, I think that was one of their primary places for food was the van, right? And people, started to recognize that, which on one hand, and he shared, was a positive thing, that people were being fed, but it also became a gathering place, and so it's hard to manage both those things, right? You want people to know where they can get food, but.
Yeah, and people are gonna come, like, it's I think it's an important conversation to have.
Yeah.
An important part of the planning. We can think about where people gather in this community, right? So there's Government Road, there's wherever people feel safe.
Lakeside.
Outside, the bridge, yeah.
It's just it's an
you have
important consideration of how this.
Absolutely, and
For sure.
and I think what we're also sort of proposing in this, and if we didn't make it more clear, is that we actually want to implement this with all of us in consultation. We actually want it to be baked by us, by what we need in our community. This is the overview of a vision that then in implementation, we're gonna wanna have all the partners at the table, the task force, like all of it, to be like, how do we actually wanna do this? How do we wanna roll this out?
So in regard to what is the area that this will cover? What is their local area, or health service area?
I have a map, I didn't include it
The
in this.
Nelson local health area, as I will answer that question because I'm very familiar with it, is quite extensive.
Yeah.
And so that was one of my questions so far. A number of my questions have been answered from around the table because I have a whole page of them. Is that Nelson, we go up the valley to Winlaw, so we include Winlaw and Christova and Tagum, Balfour, we go Weimer, we go Salmo, we go to the American border, so we include Nelway, we include Harrop and Proctor. And when I worked in the health authority, we went also to the East Shore, and I'm confused as to whether or not that stays in, but my understanding is we are still going from our public health services here to Balfour and not to Balfour, to Ryandell and Crawford Bay. So it's a really large catchment. And so when I read in your package here that you're going to service that area, I am a bit confounded by that because I don't think that's a possibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that could be reasonable, yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's good feedback. I mean, we have, how I kind of envision it is, what does street outreach serve? They go as far as Balfour Inn.
Yeah.
They sometimes go to Weimer. Sometimes up to the junction, but I think that is a more reasonable area.
In Selmo, do they service the Selmo area?
Good question.
Yeah, I know they've helped people move out to Selmo.
Yes, that's right.
But they don't necessarily serve Selmo.
You anticipate the van would meet people where they are in those other communities?
That was part of the visioning, but if it's unrealistic, then it sounds like it needs to be changed.
So just to stay on that topic for a moment, is just that I heard you say in terms of transportation, you've got some funding for transportation, so my concern sort of a little bit falls to, and I think transportation is don't get me wrong that I don't think all these things are of value, but it's about the reality of implementation. Like I know that I've heard many times at the tables, and I'm sitting there with both of you many times, and about people that are on the OAT program, and I understand that this is a really large problem, and I fully support OAT because I think it's a harm reduction strategy that actually works. But they live in Salmo, and the bus comes 3 times a week or whatever the crazy, I don't take the bus to Salmo, but it doesn't run every day, it doesn't run on weekends. When they're trying to get this, do you see actually facilitating transport using the van? And then when we talk about the fact that we don't have these services here, driving to Castlegar isn't that far away, but driving to maybe Penticton, Kelowna, or Kamloops is a bit further away. So when we talk about transporting clients, what is your vision on that? Because I mean, I hear that issue about I'm on a treatment plan and I can't get there because I need to be there on Monday or whatever, and it's a statutory holiday, or it's Sunday and the buses don't run, and can you just?
Yeah, those are really excellent questions. And obviously, there are reasonable limitations on the service. You're not setting the service up to be the be-all and end-all. It's not realistic financially or within the capacity of the staff. So, yes, right, what's reasonable? Taking a client, and also we have to balance that with is the van available at this time in this hour to be able to take this client to Castlegar? Maybe at 3 o'clock at the end of the day, they can take the client to Castlegar for detox.
And just a point of clarification, the transportation to and from treatment fund is not to use this medical van for that. It's just a fund to get people to where they need to get to.
But you would use the van, like, if I'm outside of your building, Cheryl, you're gonna take me in the van to the hospital up the hill here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, but with, you know, like within a reasonable area,
Yeah.
right?
Councillor Payne.
I just wondered, have you heard if Street Outreach got the grant funding for the electric vehicles they were looking for to do that sort of thing? You haven't heard yet? Okay, I'll follow up.
I think aren't they reaching out to CBT?
They were looking
I
for,
think electric bikes is all they were looking for.
I think they were looking for a vehicle and a couple bikes.
Great.
It was a multimodal transportation, cause they are, you know, faster they can get around the different area, the better service they can provide.
I just wanted to mention a couple of things that are just kind of practical application. One is that with Trail, we worked with Move Mobility out of Manitoba. They are the company that has probably the most experience in the West with building out these metalized vans. Built the vans for Kelowna and the van for Trail, and so I would definitely, and the budget is based on their on what we actually paid for the van and the build out. We've done 2 rounds of this now. Our first van, we just kind of we worked with Redfish and they built our van, which is great. We went local, but we're pleased with Move Mobility. They know what they're doing. They have a template for it, so I would recommend them as the provider. And then the other thing I would say is having a parking permit for the van, so that the van isn't collecting parking tickets. It's also something that we would ask from the city, so that the van can move around the community and park where necessary without plugging the meter all the time.
I've got Councillor Lockenberg, then I've got Councillor Pinero.
This
Did
is
you,
a
I think you might have skipped me.
Oh, sorry, because
That's
you were
okay.
asking for this clarification, so my apologies. I'm gonna go back to Councillor Tate, if you don't mind, Councillor Lockenberg.
Thanks. Thanks so much for this. Thanks for bringing up the evidence. It piqued for me as well, the innovative and evidence-based in the same sentence in a bunch of places. So it might be worthwhile to actually put those on separate slides, like why it's innovative and then what evidence is. Because I think you could get a little bit of friction with that. I just wanted a little bit of clarity because the oats in a few places, and then it was in your presentation as well. This isn't to have that psychiatric nurse be able to administer the oat in rural or more rural places. It's to get people intaked and to their appointments. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is the purpose.
Okay.
But you saying that
Yeah.
actually opens up possibility.
Yeah, well, we
Because if
didn't
you
think
have
about
a,
that.
you have a nurse, then nurse can deliver. I mean, when we had which can actually, I mean, it's not something we've had a discussion about.
Right.
And obviously it would be something that we would
And then there's
discuss with the city.
Then the thing is there's one thing about delivering it like pizza, but then there's also the concept of, is there somebody that that this has to be watched?
So you would not deliver it like pizza. There are very strict protocols and guidelines from the College of
You know what I mean,
Physicians
it's
and
like, they have to
Surgeons.
be watched, so I mean, it is a time,
Yeah.
like for the nurse to take it there, I'm just sort of thinking about timeliness too, is that because a lot of these drugs, it is watched, I mean, there is an argument out there amongst many advocates
It's
to say that
witnessed.
it should,
Witnessed.
witness, thank you.
Yeah, so it
that-
would be
that- Not to have witnessed anymore, is to say, here's your medication and hopefully it's used appropriately, I mean, but OAT is usually a much more monitored
No,
program.
you would be under the guidance of a provider who would be a nurse practitioner like Zach Matyashin
Yeah.
or a physician. You would the pharmacy would still be involved, and we actually have, so during COVID, OAT was delivered to clients who were isolating. So we have a template for that and a pathway of administration for delivery under the College of Physicians and Surgeons and the College of Pharmacists. But you have to be a nurse to be able to deliver that service.
And does it have to
Within
go
the
to an
group.
address? Curious, because
No.
I'm picturing going to Government Road and like in a worst case scenario, all sorts of folks gathering there to grab their oat, or maybe a best case scenario, depending on your perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean,
Not sure.
it would just basically take down the barrier of that person getting to the pharmacy.
Yeah,
right?
but
Finding them. Yeah.
and for that template that you have from COVID, did it have to go to an address?
No.
Interesting.
We delivered it to the camp.
Yeah.
In front of the, but I don't really wanna go down
No.
that
I
rabbit
just
hole, cause
picturing it.
that's not in the plan at the moment. But that would answer a barrier that does exist for some people.
100%.
But it would be handled in a medicalized way, so I just wanna keep coming back to the medicalized model.
And but the reason that the oat is in this proposal is for the intake and getting people to their appointments.
Correct.
Yes.
The reason that I'm asking is because maybe that should be very clear in here so that we don't unintentionally or without like lots of guardrails go down rabbit holes. That's why I'm curious.
Oh, to the federal government
Yeah.
in
And to the public and to the folks that you'd be serving and so on and so forth, that the grant allows or is designed to do what you said in your presentation. And I think that those guardrails would be really helpful to start.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's an interesting comment. I think that, you know, like from our experience working with Health Canada, because services evolve over time, right? But that has to be done in a very, you know, within the legal limits, within, you know, accountability to professional standards, et cetera. So for example, right now with the van and trail, like, if we were to offer, say, drug checking services, we'd have to get an exemption 56. And we would have to go through the process of applying for that, and having the health authority support us with it for mobile services. So we're exploring that, but yeah, that would be another element of the service.
Council Lockenberg, Council
So
Pinero.
this would be for Kevin or Chris. So what I'm, just to get a clear picture about what the city's being asked here. So we're gonna act as a fiscal sponsor?
Correct.
Okay, and do we have a general understanding of what the cost and the ask is of the city when we do that?
It's generally minimal.
Minimal is in a few.
Yeah.
Okay. So providing administrative oversight as the fiscal sponsor, do we have a sense of that as well?
Again, it's been more from the financial side, you know, they said they were going to do X, Y, and Z, buy a van, do this, do that, and we need to start reporting that, yes, they have done those things, we're not involved day to day, and we've done this through a number of different grants for a variety of different things, from recreation to social to
Food.
wherever, food or whatever, so I don't think that's a big concern on our side of you know, being that pass through. I know in Trail they, as Cheryl shared, they were concerned about liability, et cetera, with the van, and they, even though the city received the funding, they were allowed, they checked with the feds that they could allow the anchors in this case to own the van, so our intent would not be for the city to own this van, or insure it, or any of those other things, or employ anybody, or all those things would be, and I think in this case it's Nelson Cares, would be the legal entity that would manage this grant.
Okay, and then so then we've got the van will not be owned by us, not maintained by our staff,
Yeah.
insurance not paid by us, the risk management, compliance stuff on these pass-throughs, this is maybe a little bit more risk on us, but generally that's not a material factor
Yeah, I
in this decision.
You know, there will be reporting requirements out to, you know, the funder, and
Normally they do, whoever the entity is does all the reporting.
Yeah.
Itemizes all the expenditures. sort of send it to us to sort of look through, almost like that audit type step.
Really, yeah,
Kind of
the
looking
audit.
through, might ask a few questions, but for the most part, the work is done by the.
It's pretty minimal.
We don't front any money either, right? So they would lay out the money and then get the funding if it's that type of thing, or they get the funding in advance and
Yeah,
then
generally, they send the money.
a portion of it.
Yeah, maybe hold
Hold
back
back
sometimes.
something for the end, yeah.
And then the interagency coordination stuff, that's also not us? Or is it?
No, that's the.
That would
That's
be
you
Nelson
guys.
Cares.
Okay. And then finally, things like communications, public awareness raising, that's also not really us. We're not gonna be
Well,
investing any time in
because
that.
Cheryl and Amanda said, I think it's important for the city to, we will be the grantee. So our name is on this and there is reputational risk and all those sorts of things, so it's important that we understand what's going on, because if someone comes and trashes our gazebo and we have to take it down, then it'll be the city, why did you do this, and all those sorts of things, so there's a commitment there to work in partnership to make sure that, that we as the city are comfortable with what we have, and, if this is, the challenge is super short notice that, we get these things and we don't have that chance to really understand, what are the metrics we're talking about, how will this be delivered, how does it fit with supportive housing, street outreach, all those sorts of things, because, not that we wanted that to be our business, but it is our business. There's a timeline for this grant, but, they can, they'll give us time between now and receipt, if they're successful, that grant is to sort some of those things out, because at the end of the day, if, council wasn't comfortable, at the end of the day, we could just refuse the grant and say, no thanks, we decided that we're not gonna go ahead, so. So I think it does create, like I said, super short timeline, we haven't been able to do much due diligence, but there's an opportunity. I just want to be clear is that, that would be our recommendation as staff, is that, we take that time to understand how, better how this will work and get more information on what's happened in Trail and like Kelowna and Cranbrook, and what things do we need to be thinking about, and how does this work with the other services we're trying to provide, and I don't think policing's really had much of a chance to get involved. I don't think fire has either, so it'll give us that time, and hopefully that, we get much more clarity by the time if they're successful or we're successful, I guess, on the grant, and if it doesn't make sense at that time, then we can always say, no, decide not to.
Okay, so just to be clear, your recommendation in the report is that we approve the support of the application, but hold back approval for, if we get the application, we might.
I think the intent is we're going forward unless.
Unless there's a red flag.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and so you're saying that what the ask of the city is pretty minimal, like virtually nothing over top of this basic administrative pass-throughs, administrative support. Our interagency coordination would be happening through existing systems in which we're already involved, likely the police would be involved. So from that, and that's your understanding as well, that's what you're asking of the city? Yeah, okay, great, thanks.
So and the reason it's here today and why it's been added on to this budget session, and
Because of
it
the
is
timing.
especially because of the timing.
Yep.
This has to be submitted by, next week we were under the gun again, like last year when we did this application, as you recall, so here we are again under the gun in terms of trying to get this application through, and it is the recommendation of staff, but I think that, I think it's important to hear all the questions that we have around the table.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, it's here and it's written out, but yeah, again, it's a tight timeline. And I think that there's questions that we're asking that probably also need to be answered, and then the whole thing is that the timeline's tight, but the government will take forever to respond, right? I don't know how long we waited last year, we waited quite a long time, I think, before we found out
It came out January 1st.
that we didn't have it, so, so there's some time, but yeah, that's what the ask is. So Councillor Pinero.
I think one of my questions I think is already been answered, if I understand it correctly. So at the beginning you were saying we have a van now, so we're able to respond. I'm wondering, I think I know the answer to this already, cause it's more about preventative situations, so it's not that we're really responding to overdoses, we're doing the work so there isn't overdoses. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, and I think what Amanda was referring to is really, we've been working in crisis management, basically, right? And this also gives us an opportunity to just work a little bit more upstream, right?
Yeah.
So, everything from providing wound care, intervening in a mental health crisis. It's really hopeful in that way, right? When you have a mental health nurse actually out in the community. And the thing about the van too is you can actually take people inside, right? It provides the dignity of care. And it's confidential, right? And so, you have, harm reduction supplies, overdose prevention, handing out naloxone kits, all of those kinds of things. But the medicalized aspect of it, where people can get, wound care, they can get their infections treated, they can get transported to hospital if they need that, getting more, and because people who are vulnerable, and if you have a trusting relation, because it's all relational work, right? If they trust the workers, they're more likely to receive the service. So then you don't have, a wound that's festering because somebody is so afraid to go up to the hospital.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, here's the van, here's the nurse, we can get this taken care of right now.
So just to elaborate, so we do actually have a little bit of data. We did do a survey around, and Selkirk did as well, and we can provide some more supplemental now that we've had these questions in the next day. But that there is, that people feel there is a barrier to go to the hospital here. So that has come up in a lot of survey reports, and we've attached the report card as well. You'll see some of those barriers to health services. The other thing that is interesting in the Kootenays, I find, is that for some reason there's some real transportation gaps here. I know that we've been working on this for some time. It sounds like I'm new to the community, but this would also it's sort of a double win in the fact that this community has transportation barriers and we have healthcare barriers. So we're sort of bringing them together with the sort of a little bit more of a sophisticated response, because right now what's happening in Nelson is that we are responding to crises as agencies, and we're doing our best. Be good to be supported in a better way. Like some of our outreach workers are in their own vehicles. It's and they tell me, it's not appropriate. Like they shouldn't be using their personal vehicles to do some of these crisis responses. So, without getting into the weeds, I just want to say that the reason why we're asking for this today is to try to hit actually address a few of the gaps that we're seeing in community in a more wraparound way.
Yeah, really professionalize and medicalize the service.
And that, if I could just keep going on that, because my original question was sort of, I had in my head that, we would get a call for probably in more downstream, like an actual event, like somebody's overdosing or somebody's hurt or somebody's having a mental breakdown or whatever. There's a call, and then we have now the police are coming, the fire department's coming, street outreach is coming, and the MCRT is coming. Is there a scenario where we can dispense with 3 of those and just send whoever actually needs to be there, and that would be,
That's the ideal.
an economic.
That's what we're trying to work. That's what we're trying to work towards. And so this does need to. This, even though we were asking questions of how much the city is going to be involved, it's actually these other emergency services that we're going to need to work in collaboration with, so that when they're triaging, this becomes another triage. So when you're handling the 911 call and they're going through all of the questions, that this crisis response is a part of
Right. And that's what my question is, is there a mechanism for involving this in its own way?
It has to be a part of the 911 triaging, right?
Okay, and last one, Mayor, sorry. And then you also spoke to that there is I wouldn't by any means call it, replication of the work. Obviously, street outreach does a lot of things that are very similar to this, and yet street outreach currently has way too much on their plate, and we are seeing, as you said, the consequences of that. So it's not that it might be replication, but it's not redundancy. It's there's that much work, right? So my only question maybe going forward, and perhaps not a big deal right off the bat when we do get the funding or what have you, but in the future if there becomes less funding, obviously instead of street outreach does the street and MCRT does the street and the houses, would it not be, is there some sort of conceivable situation where we just have a team that does everything and there's a fair amount of, like maybe there's, instead of 3 of them, there's 6 of them and they have a van, you know, and they can cover, I don't know what the clunkiness involves of having 2 separate entities that do almost the same thing but not quite. Is there a way to kind of work really closely with street outreach to the point of being like, you know, you guys are actually riding around in our van kind of thing, and do you guys sort of understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely I do. So, you know, it's a similar thing in TRIP because there's, you know, the mental health and substance use outreach team. And so what we do different things, but we are in collaboration and communication with each other on a regular basis, right? Because this is supposed to support and enhance its value added. So that, you know, having a communication mechanism so that we're not duplicating, but we are spreading out that social safety network for vulnerable population is absolutely key. So exactly what you're saying.
Okay, well, great, that's
Sorry, just on that note, so street outreach has long advocated for additional funding for their group to allow them to work those jobs full-time and not have to sort of piecemeal it together with other positions. Has there been any, because I feel like what's put forward, you know, as city manager mentioned, you know, is very time compressed, and understanding exactly what the application was, staff didn't have time to go through this like we normally would. So this is, you know, the more I hear, the more my question is, how does this support street outreach? Because currently it sounds like it doesn't at all, and they will be out there still working sort of part-time with that, still getting run down. There might be taking some of the work off their plate, which would be good. But I know that it's their firm desire to be able to work the street outreach job full-time, and they need additional funding for that. So I guess, could you speak to that maybe a little bit?
Yeah, and I think that that's an ongoing conversation with street outreach. And, you know, it's like we wouldn't withdraw support of that and funding support for that. But like you say, I think that this is a different model because it includes the mental health nurse, which is really significant. And yes, more outreach should take more off their plate. So I think those are 2 key components, but it doesn't mean that we're diverting from getting them more support. Those are conversations that we will continue to have and continue to have at the advisory level with Nelson Community Services, of which there's representation from Nelson Community Services on that committee. So
Yeah, and just to further, like what we're proposing in terms of the contractual personnel is more funding for street outreach.
So this extra, I think I heard a mental health nurse and 2 other FTE.
Yes.
2 other FTE can maybe basically
So one would
increase
be,
street outreach?
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
So I have a few questions and they're the weedy ones, and I apologize for that.
Okay, and I just have to say, I have another commitment, so I'm over,
Okay.
so if we could maybe just, sure, thanks. Sorry.
I can stay.
That's okay.
Okay.
The a lot of the questions, thank you for that, because that was my question. I was just still trying to figure out how are you integrating with street outreach. a couple of times in your report, and you can send me this later, is that you talk about targeted intervention, and I'd really like to have a picture painted for me what that looks like, what targeted intervention looks like. You mentioned it a couple of times in your report, so that's a question I'd like to see. And then my other weedy things are a little bit about, just I'm looking at your mobile medical van that has ultrasound units, and I'm just wondering what, it's just a curiosity is who's using the ultrasound and what might you be using it for?
There's not an ultrasound.
So you might want to remove that, because that is a restricted medical device that you have to have a license to operate. I have a license to operate one. I'm not too sure that a street outreach worker has one.
Good eye on that.
Yeah, so that was one that was sort of like, okay, that's really interesting. I'm not too sure if we're looking to put lines in for IVs, and which a psychiatric nurse would require specialized training to even put an IV in. If you're going with a psychiatric nurse as your staff person. And then I think all of the other ones pretty much, it's about what happens in 2 years is a very big question in my mind, but you're telling me that you're pretty confident that there'll be money that you'll be able to have. And I think there's lots of time for discussion here, because the hours were really of interest to me, because what I know in talking with police, and one of the shortfalls of street outreach has been, is they work day shift.
Yeah.
And basically the party doesn't get going in Nelson until sometimes, more like 4 p.m. through those early evening hours, and it would be nice to know that we have something out there to help these people during the sort of busier time. So I do look forward to the discussion that might come forward on, if we get the money, what the hours of operation look like. And I do want to, you've got the 2023 numbers in here which are quite catastrophic, and I firmly believe that one death is too many deaths. But our numbers have, and it was brought up by staff, our numbers have increased, and we don't really know, our numbers have gotten better. Less people are dying from overdoses. The 2024 numbers for the Nelson Local Health Authority were down by over a half compared to 2023, and you're quoting the 2023 numbers in your proposal. And it's just, I just want to say that I think that as a city, and as the entities that we have here, of which there's the two of you and your organizations, plus the myriad of others, the fentanyl task force, police, fire, what we're trying to do here at the city, that I think we're all trying to work, particularly with the Housing First model, to try to reduce these awful deaths. And so I just want it to be heard that our numbers have gotten better. 2023 was a terrible year. 2023 was a terrible year for whatever reason throughout British Columbia. I was reviewing the coroner's reports. We're looking like we're holding sort of steady this year compared to 2024 on what's been available through the coroner's report. But again, you're probably not going to change your application because it has to go in Monday. But our numbers aren't quite as bad as the numbers that are in this report.
I'm comfortable to supplement with Chris and give some more data. Again, I just want to reiterate, I was doing this in the late hours. With when I'm putting my kids to bed and I'm doing this.
Yeah, and I just want to say that, my point is that I think we're doing something here in Nelson.
Oh, no, and I absolutely.
That's positive.
No, absolutely, and I'm happy to paint that picture as well, and when I'm pulling data, it's like I'm pulling it as quickly as possible, and these are the accessible numbers. Let's put in 2024, right, and talk about this as learnings, and now, okay, here's what we actually want to do to also really turn the tide on this, which was what we sort of started off with. I also want to point out that we do want to build a little bit of resilience in those numbers. Because 2025 is not feeling on the front side, from our side, 2025 isn't feeling that good.
Yeah. No,
So we're already seeing it.
Because the drugs are terrible in 2025.
But also I want to say, let's not go then again.
Yeah.
Let's actually keep some resilience to what we've worked hard on. And as you said, the stabilization, I really wanna keep those numbers, what you're talking about, like, let's keep those, let's not have another, but from a service side, we're not seeing that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to acknowledge that I think that we have been doing some good work here in the city, as much as it's often seems to be a struggle. I think that we've done some good things, and I think the housing first, I think we need to keep that model in front, as well as keeping the model of healthcare in front of us as well. I think that we've heard provincially, even that's a model of, we have to think housing has done some, now we have to get back and step up health as well. And so this is an opportunity here with this, and the only other last thing I say is that I guess you're gonna all start getting all of your potential employees trained up to, so that they all have class 4 licenses to drive this $160,000 van around. You do need to have a specialized license if you're gonna be transporting patients, clients.
Can I just ask one last question? What do you see at risk in this application? Like, Trail basically got the van, right? They didn't get much, right?
Yeah.
So is that a possibility that they would only fund this partially and you don't have the staffing that comes with it? Is there?
No.
No? Okay.
No positive, or no, let's hope not.
No, I can't foresee that, because I see every example of community that have asked for the van have also asked for
Because Trail, they just.
staffing, and that's, that's the model. I mean, there's ample budget line for staffing, right? You have to operationalize the
And if
capital investment.
it got underfunded, then we would have that conversation. I
Yeah.
guess.
And I think, and I just wanted to say, and I really appreciate the feedback. It's your questions have been amazing, and your comments and your feedback, and I know that all of you have been at community tables to work on these really challenging social issues that we have in Nelson. And I really appreciate the expertise in the room, and yeah, it's great, great food for thought. Like, this is an opportunity. They, unfortunately, the timelines for this are tricky, but this is something that we've kind of had on the back burner for some time. Wouldn't it be great if we could do this? And, the opportunity to come back again to the table and tighten this up and kind of see, how this is rolling out in other communities too, I think is amazing. And, we have full intention of continuing to have these conversations and have the input. I mean, this is something we need to do together as a community, so.
And it'd be great if you could share this at some point here with the police chief. I spoke with him this morning, and he didn't really know what I was referring to, so it'd be really good to get him on board as.
Yeah, we need to have the conversation with police chief, with fire, and BC ambulance. So.
And the hospital.
So, yeah, that's a full intention for us to do that, and literally,
Well, it's always a challenge. I can perfectly understand if you don't think you've got the thing and you go and do all that work, and then everybody's kind of let down. I mean, it's.
Oh,
Yeah, but and truthfully, we're also going on the fact that we've been at a lot of community tables together for a long time. And, the Nelson Police Department has been very vocal about the need for mental health supports in these kinds of efforts. And, in the CAR 87 and so on. And then we have a mental health nurse that's off on mat leave. We got that position, but then it hasn't been filled. So, that was working very, very well.
Yeah, it was working. I mean, they really enjoyed that, but again, it's that human resource capacity of the whole of healthcare, and just globally, it doesn't matter where you work, but healthcare really is under a burden of nobody really wanting to pursue jobs in healthcare anymore, and, how do you recruit? Yeah, so anyways, Councillor Payne.
Can I move this? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. It's okay.
Yeah. Are we ready to move forward?
Yeah, sure. So we have a recommendation on the table. Are you moving it, Councillor Payne? Seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillor Payne.
That council approve the Nelson Cares application to the Federal Emergency Treatment Funding Program with the City of Nelson serving as the flow-through for the grant, and that staff be directed to finalize and execute the necessary funding and reporting agreements with Nelson Cares and associated partners.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Is there any further conversation, councillors? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all of you.
I have 3 comments. One, do these grants always have a ridiculous timeline? Because my
Yes.
experience is like, kind of
Yes.
like, oh my god, we have to do this by Monday, and I'm always like, what? Okay, that was my first question.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Secondly, every time $1 million goes to one end of the healthcare spectrum, in this case response and react, we need to be putting $1 million into youth sports, youth mental health care, daycare, employment services. Like, this just drives me bananas. And third, and you guys can go for this, do we have the authority to change who gets sent to an emergency at a 911 call? Isn't that some other regulatory body?
Well, that's something that has to be worked through. I mean, that's a weedy thing, because that was my thing, and it was just like,
I thought we
how do
learned
we
that somebody else
change
has
that?
to set up those red, orange, yellow, who goes kind of thing.
Yeah, we can clarify that, you know, the benefit is we are the 911
We are the
dispatch.
911, so.
Okay,
So if someone says ambulance.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain we have to send ambulance, right?
well, this is what I'm curious about, like, do we have the authority to change that?
We'll have to check.
In these other communities.
To know what they're calling about.
This is,
Like,
yeah,
We might not have to-
like a police thing to somebody, but it's not.
this is why I'm asking.
Yeah, and
Well, we haven't adjourned yet, so.
I like that question though.
But they are triaging that
because
way.
It often seems to me, just as anecdata, that in my community, like, police are responding to mental health crises. So in how this, and I'll hand this around too, of how it's been implemented in other communities, it's often, in some instances, it's a police officer with a nurse and an outreach worker. So, I think in how we implement in Nelson, it will be a conversation, what would work best.
The other communities that I was in the webinar on, they do have a, part of the triage for 911 is directing calls to that work.
Yeah, and that's the big
So
thing,
it's,
like,
and that's how
Everybody
they're
has that?
able to collect the metrics on how many police responses they're getting. Cause some of them are very clearly, once they're being asked the questions on that call, this is a mental health emergency.
And I think if
And
they
it's-
identify it that way.
And they can really quickly identify it that way. You know, if you're having heart pains or you can't breathe, well, let's send an ambulance.
Yeah.
And
and this is why we need to know what the hours are, because
Yeah.
the only thing that would be confusing there is that if you don't work Saturday and Sunday, and you're calling and you're saying mental health worker, then dispatch, now
Nobody's coming.
you're asking your dispatcher to make what could be a life and death decision, so we gotta be careful about I mean, like in Calgary, they implemented 211, I think, is for mental
yeah,
health.
it is a different, they also had a different number.
Calgary.
I thought
So
you
big cities have another number that you call altogether that's
That's
not
right.
through 911,
And I think we actually are included in 211, but
something like that.
Something like that.
Some number like
811?
that.
311, yes.
thought you responded,
Thank you so much.
get there on Monday.
Yeah, yeah, I'll be right there.
So just a couple of reminders, council, before we adjourn.
Can I just add something? If we circle back, it won't be long, I'll just pass something out, but budget. Back.
Oh, okay.
I
This says,
promise I won't
it says
keep you
here,
long.
it says here 9B, budget session continues.
Okay, great.
So
I'm on.
you're.
Trying to get out of here, Chris?
Okay.
What's that?
I'm
I'm trying to keep you here, I see jackets going.
Yeah.
I have to leave in 15 minutes to pick up my son.
I've got a baseball game
Or
in
we
3 hours.
just have to like,
2 hours,
Get out of here.
Do some pre-drink.
Five.
Have a baseball.
5, 2.5.
Oh shit, 2:30.
Five, starts at 5.
2 o'clock.
If they win this, do they win it?
Uh-huh, if they win tonight, they win.
Somehow they decided to put it on Halloween, it's like no fans have kids out there.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna be a bunch of dads and moms walking around with their
100%, yes.
phones.
My brother sent me a text the other night, why don't you buy me a ticket? He says, I'll pay my own airport fare. I said, do you think I'm gonna take the dirty end of that stick? I mean, I can fly you to Toronto for like
This is
$500
now the
in
most
Vancouver.
expensive
I don't have
sporting
a,
event
I don't have
question.
$5,000 to buy you a
in
seat.
Canadian history,
So
the most
lots of
expensive
statements.
sporting event to attend live.
Really?
Yeah, ever, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Water.
Did you have a
This morning.
No,
Amanda?
I don't want you staring at this and.
Did you
Because we did the whole thing and then it was like $75 and I was like, did I miss something? How did we go from all the information to $75? Like what? Here's the numbers. Thank you, Mr. Jury.
Get out the calculator.
Yes.
Fine.
You know
I'll
what?
start
My
entering
kids
it,
stole
just-
my calculator. I love my calculator. It's so well used, it's missing.
I think it's
like,
because
you
it's
can't
coming
see
from
the
us
button.
to reflect some of the
Some of the
comments from
Yeah, it's not as good though.
I know, it's not.
Yeah, so why don't I just
But for a 1-year-old, it works.
work on that in the next couple hours, and then, so you'll see,
I am-
the email based on some of
I
the
am-
questions.
Great.
I see that rolling out really well
That
and
is just tricky and.
Yeah.
and I
Yeah, totally.
I have a
Wonderful,
question
thank
about like,
Thank you.
and Cheryl said it and I decided not to dig into it, about, services and trail, and so then at what point do those folks be like, we better get to Nelson where we can get services, and that ends up being our challenge, right? It's
We have
just,
events, we can bring them.
We have that already.
this is my point, but it's good to kind of like flesh that out, and there should be some kind of rules of like, there's hospital per capita, why isn't there outreach per capita? There's schools per capita, why isn't there,
This problem really is gonna be,
shelter per capita?
they're not gonna, they potentially don't have funding after April the 1st.
No, I mean just in general, we have schools in every municipality, we should have shelters in every municipality, we should have
Well, they do have a shelter,
Daycare.
their problem is they don't have any supportive housing.
whichever
the next
thing,
step.
whichever thing is missing that we have lots of, because we're amazing and awesome and have wonderful people that are willing to spearhead, should be required everywhere.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Sure, and that's what we keep advocating for, but
Are we? Wow. We're complaining, I feel like I don't know how to advocate, all I do is kind of just shout to the mountaintops. Anyway, here we are.
I
Need
advocate.
to get you into government.
Rick wants me to have a new job. I just need to get on, slide into Katy Perry's DMs and be like, hey, listen.
Oh, you're trying to.
Katy Perry, you wanna date the ex-prime minister?
No, but he must be able to like tell people about policy and stuff. I don't know. Somebody's gotta have some sway somewhere.
A good friend of mine is close friends with Carney's wife.
Ooh, okay.
I'm also a few degrees of separation, but
That's a bit, yeah.
Okay,
Depends
so
already.
back to 9B, which is the continuation of the budget session.
$6 million.
And we've got a couple
Okay,
of
now we're ready.
new spreadsheets, now we're back to the numbers, these are so much easier,
Holy, although we've been.
well, not easier, but
So now.
they're numbers.
Yeah, so
Somebody else has to hurry.
I just passed out, sort of the detailed 10-year outlook for the two utilities. We went through it, the presentation at a higher level, and I wanted to sort of save this for the end rather than flip it around and, we spent a lot of time looking at the details. I think the general messaging was conveyed this morning on the direction that we're going and all the good work that we've done and where we need to go. I'll leave this with you, I won't go through it today, we do have another budget session in a couple weeks' time where, if you have any questions, you want us to follow up on anything, maybe in the meantime, you can ping me with a message and I can address some of those questions you might have when we meet again. I would look at that first page, the water utility, at the very bottom, line 34, we've put together the combined rates for the two utilities. I think it's a bit challenging when you're looking at it going, well, water's 8% and, sewer is, or wastewater is, where do I have that one here? Wastewater's at 5.2. This sort of gives you that aggregate of both of them together. And then the details of the capital and operating expenditures as well. So I'll just kind of leave that with you to close out. And again, we're gonna meet in a couple weeks' time to finish up any residual items from this and also talk about resource recovery and go from there.
Thank you.
So we're looking at 6.2. What
Correct.
I'm looking at for the.
Yes, yep, so $6.275 that
our deputy CFO outlined in the rates. Okay. So keep these two sheets handy for our meeting on November the 15th. Put the board in the drawer and you'll have them there for next get together. Okay, so just a couple of things. Next week, we will be going in camera to make some decisions around our sports ambassador and sustainability grants. So please, I'm asking again, any suggestions that you have to please forward to Sonia so that at least she has the name or the company name or the corporation or the and if you happen to have a longer backgrounder, that's great as well, to make sure she has that for Tuesday's meeting when we go in camera, because the annual reception is the 25th of November. So there's not a lot of time there. We don't want to be deciding these appointments at the meeting just the week before, Tuesday before that on the 19th. So yeah, so please, over the weekend, if you haven't already submitted some names, give that some thought so that can be a fulsome discussion. We can, of course, if necessary, if things are kind of stuck or we don't feel that we've got enough information on Tuesday, fingers crossed we do, is that we can have a short in-camera meeting on the 15th when we meet again for budget, but I would hope that we don't have to do that on that day and that these decisions will get made next Tuesday, so. That's it from me in terms of little bits of things, just to kind of remember, I can't believe it's already November tomorrow, so we've been talking about getting some names in for about 6 weeks now, so. Anyhow, anybody else got anything last to say?
Go Jays.
Go Jays, go Jays! And so on that note, if I could have a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Lockenberg, all those in favor? And that carries. Everybody have a happy Halloween, go Jays go, and